Able. She was able to complete the task quickly. Acid. The scientist carefully handled the acid in the lab. Aged. The aged cheese had a strong, distinctive flavor. Area. The picnic area was crowded with families. Army. The army marched through the town at dawn. Auto. He drove his auto to the mechanic for a tune-up. Also. She also brought a cake to the party. Arid. The arid desert stretched out for miles. Anew. They decided to start their journey anew. Ally. She found an ally in her new colleague. Axis. The Earth's axis is tilted, causing the seasons. Aloe. She applied aloe to soothe her sunburn. Aid. The aid helped organize the event. Apex. They reached the apex of the mountain by noon. Arch. The old bridge had a beautiful stone arch. Atom. The scientist studied the behavior of the atom. Ajar. The door was left slightly ajar, letting in a breeze. Airy. The room was light and airy, with large windows. Alto. She sang in the alto section of the choir. Awry. The plan went awry when it started to rain. Arty. The cafe had an arty vibe with paintings on the walls. Axle. The mechanic inspected the car's axle for damage. Aces. He was holding a pair of aces in the poker game. Ails. She was not sure what ails her, but she felt unwell. Arcs. The fireworks displayed colorful arcs across the sky. Amps. The band cranked up the amps before the concert. Aims. He aims to complete the project by next week. Atop. The cat sat atop the highest shelf, surveying the room. Arms. The soldier carried his arms with precision. Ails. The doctor asked what ails her to determine the treatment. Arcs. The children built model arcs out of wood. Ashy. Her face turned ashy when she heard the bad news. Ahem. Ahem, he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Apes. The apes at the zoo were very active today. Axed. The company axed several projects due to budget cuts. Arid. The arid climate made it difficult for plants to grow. Amok. The children ran amok in the playground, full of energy. Ants. The ants marched in a straight line towards the food. Aura. She had an aura of confidence that inspired others. Ages. The castle has stood for ages, weathering many storms. Acts. The play consisted of 3 acts, each more thrilling than the last. Adds. She always adds a little extra spice to her recipes. Ails. He went to the doctor to find out what ails him. Ares. In mythology, Ares was the god of war. Ales. They sampled various ales at the brewery. AIDS. The organization provides aids for those in need. Apps. He downloaded several new apps on his phone. Axes. The lumberjack carried 2 axes over his shoulder. Ails. She couldn't figure out what ails her, but she felt off. Aged. The wine aged beautifully in the oak barrels. Ball. The ball bounced high into the air. Base. They set up their base camp near the river. Bank. She deposited the check at the bank. Best. He always strives to be the best in his class. Bath. A warm bath helped her relax after a long day. Blue. The sky was a clear, bright blue. Band. The band played a lively tune at the concert. Back. She hurt her back while lifting heavy boxes. Bark. The dog's bark echoed through the neighborhood. Beam. A beam of sunlight shone through the window. Barn. The horses were kept in the large barn. Bill. He paid the bill at the restaurant. Bold. She made a bold statement with her colorful outfit. Bend. The road began to bend sharply to the left. Belt. He tightened his belt before starting the hike. Boot. She pulled on her boot and headed out into the snow. Bust. The police made a bust on the illegal operation. Burn. The fire continued to burn well into the night. Bush. A rabbit darted out from behind the bush. Bulk. They bought the groceries in bulk to save money. Bait. The fishermen prepared the bait for the day's catch. Bark. The tree's bark was rough and covered in moss. Bald. The man with the bald head wore a hat to keep warm. Bump. She felt a bump as the car went over a pothole. Barn. The old barn was painted a deep red color. Blot. She used a tissue to blot the ink stain on her shirt. Bred. The horses were bred for racing. Buzz. The buzz of the bees filled the garden. Bunk. The children slept in bunk beds during the camp. Brim. His hat was pulled low over the brim. Bide. She decided to bide her time and wait for the right moment. Bark. The old tree's bark was tough and weathered. Byte. The computer processed the data byte by byte. Brat. The spoiled brat threw a tantrum in the store. Base. They established their base near the mountains. Boil. The water began to boil on the stove. Bind. The contract would legally bind both parties. Beat. The drummer kept a steady beat throughout the song. Brim. The cup was filled to the brim with coffee. Blib. There was a brief blip on the radar screen. Boon. The new law was a boon to small businesses. Bulk. She ordered the materials in bulk to save on costs. Blur. The passing car was just a blur in the heavy rain. Balk. He didn't balk at the challenge, but faced it head-on. Bolt. The horse suddenly took off at a bolt. Bias. The article was criticized for its clear bias. Brag. He couldn't help but brag about his accomplishments. Blot. She carefully blotted the ink spill on the paper. Brim. The river was filled to the brim after the heavy rains. Bulk. The bulk of the work was finished by noon. Cake. She baked a delicious chocolate cake for the party. Coin. He found a rare coin while walking on the beach. Crew. The film crew set up their equipment for the next scene. Crop. The farmer's crop of wheat was ready for harvest. Club. She joined a book club to discuss her favorite novels. Chat. We had a long chat over coffee about our travel plans. Code. The software developer wrote new code for the application. Cost. The cost of living in the city has increased significantly. Card. She received a birthday card from her best friend. Cast. The doctor put a cast on his broken arm. Claw. The cat extended its claw to grab the toy. Cook. He loves to cook Italian dishes for his family. Calm. She took a deep breath to stay calm before her presentation. Call. I need to call my sister to check on her. Cave. The explorers found an ancient cave with beautiful rock formations. Clip. She used a clip to hold her hair back while she worked. Chip. He accidentally chipped his tooth on a hard candy. Curb. They painted the curb yellow to indicate a no parking zone. Coat. She wore a warm coat on the cold winter day. Corn. The corn in the fields was tall and ready for picking. Clap. The audience began to clap after the amazing performance. Chin. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Coil. The snake coiled itself around the branch. Clan. The whole clan gathered for the annual family reunion. Cold. It was so cold outside that the pond had frozen over. Case. The detective opened a new case involving a missing person. Curl. She likes to curl her hair before a special event. Core. The core of the apple was too tough to eat. Clip. He used a paper clip to hold the documents together. Cash. She paid for her groceries with cash. Cuff. The tailor adjusted the cuff of his new trousers. Cub. The lion cub played with its siblings in the grass. Chin. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Cute. The puppy was so cute that everyone wanted to pet it. Comb. She used a comb to straighten her hair in the morning. Cell. He spent years in a small prison cell. Crew. The cabin crew prepared the plane for takeoff. Cove. They found a secluded cove perfect for a picnic. Clam. We dug up clams on the beach to cook for dinner. Coal. The old train ran on coal instead of modern fuel. Crap. He said it was all a bunch of crap and refused to listen. Chap. The old chap smiled warmly as we passed by. Clog. Her dance routine featured a traditional clog dance. Clad. The knight was clad in shining armor. Cork. He pulled the cork from the wine bottle with a pop. Chef. The chef prepared a gourmet meal for the guests. Clot. A blood clot can be dangerous if not treated promptly. Crab. We watched the crab scuttle sideways along the shore. Chum. He decided to visit his old chum from college. Clue. The detective found a crucial clue at the crime scene. Dare. I dare you to try that new roller coaster. Door. She closed the door quietly so as not to wake anyone. Drum. He learned to play the drum when he was a teenager. Dine. They decided to dine at the new Italian restaurant downtown. Dive. She loves to dive into the ocean to explore the coral reefs. Dark. It was too dark to see anything in the cave without a flashlight. Dust. The old house was covered in a thick layer of dust. Drop. Be careful not to drop the vase, it's very fragile. Deck. They sat on the deck and watched the sunset over the ocean. Dawn. The birds began to sing at the first light of dawn. Dirt. The children were covered in dirt after playing outside. Draw. He likes to draw cartoons in his spare time. Doom. The ominous clouds signaled doom for the travelers. Duct. The air conditioning duct needs to be cleaned regularly. Deal. She made a great deal on her new car. Dull. The knife was too dull to cut through the tomato. Duke. The Duke hosted a grand ball at his estate. Dash. She made a dash for the bus before it left. Dial. He quickly dialed his friend's number. Debt. He worked hard to pay off his student debt. Dove. A white dove landed on the windowsill, cooing softly. Dime. She found a dime on the sidewalk and picked it up. Dock. The boat was moored at the dock for repairs. Dorm. They lived in the same dorm during their first year of college. Dung. The farmer used cow dung to fertilize his fields. Ding. There was a loud ding when the elevator arrived. Dine. He prefers to dine out rather than cook at home. Drop. The water drop clung to the leaf before falling. Deny. She could not deny the truth any longer. Dare. They did not dare to speak out against the authority. Dual. The car has dual airbags for safety. Duck. A duck waddled across the path, quacking softly. Dill. She added fresh dill to the salad for extra flavor. Deck. They decorated the deck with lights for the party. Daze. He walked in a daze after hearing the shocking news. Drag. He had to drag the heavy suitcase up the stairs. Dart. She threw the dart at the bull's-eye with great accuracy. Darn. She had to darn her socks because they had a hole. Deed. The lawyer handed over the deed to the property. Dose. The doctor recommended a higher dose of medication. Demo. The company gave a demo of their new product. Dusk. They walked along the beach at dusk, enjoying the view. Diet. She decided to go on a diet to improve her health. Dump. He decided to dump his old furniture and buy new pieces. Dish. Her favorite dish is spaghetti with marinara sauce. Doll. She kept her childhood doll on the shelf as a memory. Dude. The surfer dude was chill and laid back. Deck. The cards were shuffled, and a fresh deck was placed on the table. Dime. It costs a dime to use the public phone. Dial. He turned the dial to adjust the volume. Earn. She hopes to earn a promotion by working hard. Echo. The echo of her laughter filled the empty hall. Even. The table needs to be on an even surface to be stable. Else. Is there anything else you need before I leave? Ease. The medication helped ease her pain. Edge. He stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Exit. The exit is clearly marked in case of an emergency. Earn. He tried to earn enough money for a new bicycle. Edit. She had to edit her essay before submitting it. Epic. The movie was an epic tale of adventure and heroism. Each student was given a book to read over the summer. Envy. He couldn't help but feel envy when he saw his friend's new car. Evil. The villain's evil plan was finally revealed. Emit. The lamp emits a soft, warm glow. Expo. The Science Expo featured many innovative projects. Easy. The instructions were easy to follow. Elef. They took the Elef to the top floor of the skyscraper. Ever. Have you ever been to Paris? Emit. The factory began to emit smoke from its chimneys. Eyes. She has bright green eyes that shine in the sunlight. East. The sun rises in the east every morning. Ergo. He was the team leader, ergo, he made the final decisions. Echo. The sound of the drum created an echo in the canyon. Earn. She worked hard to earn respect in her community. Eros. The statue of Eros was in the center of the park. Ebb. The ebb and flow of the tides fascinated her. Epic. He told an epic story that captivated everyone. Ease. They made the transition with ease. Euro. She exchanged her dollars for euros before the trip. Edit. He needed to edit the video for his YouTube channel. Elms. The old elms lined the driveway to the house. Ergo. The test was difficult, ergo, many students failed. Eve. The eave of the house was decorated with icicles in winter. Evil. Some people believe that evil is a matter of perspective. Exit. They made their exit through the back door. Eyes. He closed his eyes and dreamed of the future. Elef. The Elef was out of order, so they took the stairs. Else. He wondered what else he could do to help. Ends. The road ends at the base of the mountain. Edge. She carefully painted the edge of the frame. Eggs. He likes his eggs scrambled with cheese. Elks. A herd of elks wandered through the forest. Even. She tried to make the edges of the pie crust even. Eyes. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Edge. She sharpened the knife to a keen edge. Ever. She wondered if he would ever return. Exit. The fire alarm went off, and everyone headed for the exit. Emit. The lantern began to emit a faint light. Echo. The cave amplified the sound, creating a haunting echo. Earn. He hoped to earn enough to buy a new guitar. Face. He couldn't face his fears any longer and decided to confront them. Fist. She clenched her fist in determination. Fair. The judge was fair in her decision. Fold. She likes to fold origami cranes in her spare time. Fact. It's a fact that exercise improves mental health. Farm. They live on a small farm in the countryside. Fort. The children built a fort out of blankets and pillows. Fish. He caught a big fish during his fishing trip. Fuel. The car ran out of fuel on the highway. Fork. She used a fork to eat her salad. Flee. They had to flee the city because of the storm. Fine. He was fined for parking in a no parking zone. Fast. The car was going too fast around the curve. Fire. The campfire kept them warm through the night. Flow. The river's flow was gentle and steady. Flip. He decided to flip the pancake in the pan. Foul. The foul odor came from the spoiled food. Font. She changed the font of her document to make it easier to read. Felt. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Fume. She began to fume when she realized she had been tricked. Fang. The snake's fang glistened in the sunlight. Fall. The leaves began to fall as autumn arrived. Fawn. The fawn was barely visible in the tall grass. Folk. The folk dance was a highlight of the festival. Flux. The market is in a state of flux due to economic changes. File. She kept all her important documents in a file cabinet. Fool. He didn't want to be made a fool of in front of his friends. Fade. The colors of the painting began to fade over time. Flap. The bird's wings made a soft flap as it took off. Find. She was surprised to find a letter from an old friend. Full. The room was full of people waiting for the announcement. Fret. Don't fret, everything will work out in the end. Ford. They decided to ford the river at its shallowest point. Fuse. The fuse blew out and left them in the dark. Flit. A butterfly flit from flower to flower. Fame. She never sought fame, but it found her anyway. Fro. He walked to and fro in the waiting room, anxious for news. Fort. The soldiers defended the fort bravely against the invaders. Fend. She had to fend for herself after moving to a new city. Fist. He raised his fist in a show of solidarity. Fled. They fled the scene before the police arrived. Flag. The flag waved proudly in the breeze. Fled. The deer fled into the woods at the sound of the hunter's footsteps. Fret. She would often fret about things beyond her control. Funk. He was in a funk for days after losing his job. Flop. The play was a flop, with half the audience leaving early. Flew. The bird flew high above the trees. Flea. Their dog caught a flea at the park. Firm. The mattress was too firm for her liking. Flog. The sailor was ordered to flog the deck as a punishment. Gain. She worked hard to gain the trust of her new team. Gold. The treasure chest was filled with gold coins and jewels. Grip. He had a firm grip on the steering wheel during the storm. Give. She decided to give her old clothes to charity. Game. They played a fun game of chess on a rainy afternoon. Golf. He enjoys playing golf every weekend with his friends. Grow. The children love to watch their garden grow. Gift. She received a beautiful necklace as a gift for her birthday. Glow. The glow of the sunset was mesmerizing. Gate. The iron gate creaked open slowly. Glad. She was glad to see her friend after so many years. Grim. The news of the disaster painted a grim picture. Gaze. He couldn't help but gaze at the stars in the night sky. Gala. They attended a gala to raise funds for the hospital. Gust. A strong gust of wind blew her hat off. Gory. The horror movie was filled with gory scenes. Goof. He made a goof during the presentation but quickly recovered. Gull. A gull swooped down to snatch a piece of bread from the beach. Gear. She packed all her hiking gear for the weekend trip. Gist. The gist of his speech was about community and togetherness. Gang. The gang of friends decided to go on a road trip together. Grip. She tightened her grip on the rope as she climbed. Gape. They couldn't help but gape at the breathtaking view. Good. It's always good to see old friends. Gaze. The couple sat on the bench, sharing a quiet gaze. Grin. He had a wide grin on his face after winning the race. Glut. There was a glut of apples this season, lowering prices. Goad. He tried to goad his friend into taking a risk. Grub. They found some grub under the log to use as bait for fishing. Grip. The climber's grip was strong and secure. Glee. She danced with glee when she heard the good news. Gasp. She let out a gasp when she saw the surprise party. Germ. He always washes his hands to avoid spreading germs. Glow. The fireflies began to glow as the night grew darker. Gown. She wore a beautiful gown to the formal dinner. Grew. The plant grew quickly in the rich soil. Grit. He showed grit and determination throughout the challenge. Gait. His gait was confident as he walked up to accept the award. Glee. The child squealed with glee as he opened his presents. Gash. He had a deep gash on his arm after the accident. Golf. She took up golf as a relaxing hobby. Glim. He caught a glim of the setting sun between the mountains. Gape. The tourists could only gape at the grand architecture. Gulp. He took a big gulp of water after the long run. Grim. Her face turned grim upon hearing the bad news. Gust. Another gust of wind slammed the door shut. Give. It's always better to give than to receive. Gone. By the time he arrived, the bus was already gone. Goad. She tried to goad him into a response, but he stayed calm. Gull. The gulls circled overhead, waiting for scraps. Hard. The test was hard, but he studied well and passed. Hope. She held on to hope despite the challenging circumstances. Heat. The heat from the stove warmed the entire kitchen. Hair. Her hair was long and shiny, flowing in the wind. Halt. The train came to a sudden halt at the station. Heal. Time can heal many emotional wounds. Hang. They decided to hang the painting above the fireplace. Hand. She offered her hand to help him up. Hire. The company decided to hire new staff for the summer season. Hawk. A hawk soared high above the valley, searching for prey. Hail. The weather suddenly turned, and hail started to fall. Hate. He expressed his hate for injustice passionately. Herb. She added fresh herb to the soup for extra flavor. Help. They asked for help when the car broke down. Holy. The church is considered a holy place by many. Hurt. She didn't mean to hurt his feelings with her comment. Hone. He continued to hone his skills in painting. Heel. Her heel got caught in the crack of the sidewalk. Halt. The soldier ordered the group to halt immediately. High. The kite flew high in the clear blue sky. Here. I'll be here waiting for you when you return. Hoop. The kids were playing basketball, trying to shoot through the hoop. Horn. He honked the car horn to alert the other driver. Hill. They climbed the steep hill to get a better view of the city. Host. She was an excellent host, making everyone feel welcome. Huge. The mansion was huge, with over 20 rooms. Hunt. The lion went on a hunt in the savannah. Hint. He dropped a hint about what he wanted for his birthday. Hole. He accidentally stepped into a hole in the ground. Hawk. The hawk perched on a branch, surveying its surroundings. Heat. They could feel the heat of the sun on their backs. Hood. He pulled his hood up to protect himself from the rain. Hike. They planned to hike the mountain trail over the weekend. Hide. The children decided to hide behind the bushes during the game. Hope. They never lost hope, even in the darkest times. Head. He turned his head to see who was calling his name. Hero. The firefighter was hailed as a hero for saving the child. Half. She ate only half of her sandwich before saving the rest. Hush. A hush fell over the room as the speaker began. Hoop. She bought a hula hoop for her daughter to play with. Heal. The doctor assured her that the wound would heal soon. Hair. She decided to cut her hair short for a new look. Hide. He tried to hide his disappointment when he heard the news. Hurl. He watched the storm hurl debris across the yard. Hunt. The group set out to hunt for rare mushrooms in the forest. Host. The TV show host was known for his witty remarks. Hump. The camel's hump stores fat, which it can use for energy. Hack. He tried to hack into the system but was caught by security. Hang. The clothes were left to hang dry in the fresh air. Heed. He didn't heed the warnings and continued on his way. Icon. The artist became an icon of modern culture. Idea. She had an innovative idea for the new marketing campaign. Idol. The singer was her idol, and she had posters all over her room. Inch. He moved an inch closer to hear what was being said. Into. She walked into the room and immediately felt at home. Iron. The shirt was wrinkled and needed to be pressed with an iron. Idle. The machine remained idle while waiting for the next task. Isle. They planned a vacation on a remote isle in the Caribbean. Item. She found the missing item under the couch. Iris. The iris in her garden bloomed beautifully in the spring. Iota. There wasn't an iota of doubt in her mind about the decision. Icon. The Eiffel Tower is an icon of Paris. Idol. She treated her older brother like an idol. Inch. He carefully measured each inch of the fabric. Iron. She likes to iron her clothes for a crisp, clean look. Itch. He had an itch on his arm that he couldn't reach. Isle. The boat sailed around the small isle, exploring every cove. Into. He stared into her eyes with deep admiration. Item. Each item in the store was handmade by local artisans. Idea. It's a good idea to check the weather before leaving. Icon. The save icon is shaped like an old floppy disk. Idle. After finishing the work, the workers stood idle, waiting for the next task. Iris. The iris is one of the many flowers in her botanical collection. Inch. The snail moved at a slow inch every minute. Iota. He didn't have an iota of patience left by the end of the meeting. Iron. The gate was made of heavy iron and was difficult to open. Isle. They discovered a hidden isle off the coast. Idea. His idea for the project won first prize. Icon. The celebrity is an icon in the fashion industry. Idle. The car remained idle for several minutes before it started moving. Iris. She painted a beautiful iris in her art class. Inch. He measured each inch carefully with a ruler. Into. They walked into the woods, hoping to spot some wildlife. Iron. He bought a new iron to replace the old, rusty one. Iota. She didn't believe an iota of his excuse. Isle. They sailed to the small isle for a day trip. Item. The rare item was displayed in a glass case. Icon. The pop star became an icon of her generation. Idea. It was a brilliant idea to have the event outdoors. Idle. The machine was left idle while the repairs were being made. Iris. The iris in the painting was incredibly detailed. Inch. He inched forward cautiously. Iron. The blacksmith worked the iron into shape. Isle. They vacationed on a tranquil isle in the Mediterranean. Icon. She is considered an icon of feminist literature. Idol. The idol was carved from a single piece of stone. Item. The last item on the agenda was the most important. Idea. He suggested an idea that changed the course of the discussion. Idle. Her mind was not idle, she was always thinking of new projects. Iris. The iris is known for its vibrant colors and intricate patterns. Jump. She loves to jump on the trampoline with her friends. Join. They decided to join the club to make new friends. Joke. He always knew how to tell a good joke. Jack. He used a jack to lift the car and change the tire. Jail. The thief was sent to jail for his crimes. Jerk. She felt the car jerk forward suddenly. Jazz. The jazz band played at the local bar every Friday night. Just. He just finished his homework before dinner. Junk. The garage was full of old junk that needed to be sorted. Jury. The jury took hours to reach a verdict. Join. She asked him to join her for lunch. Jade. The necklace was made of beautiful green jade. Jolt. He felt a jolt when the bus hit a bump in the road. Jeep. They rented a Jeep for their off-road adventure. Jest. His comment was made in jest, not to be taken seriously. Jive. They danced to the lively jive music at the party. Jaws. The shark's jaw snapped shut with a loud crunch. Jabs. He threw a few quick jabs during the boxing match. Jobs. She took on multiple jobs to pay for her studies. Jots. He jots down his thoughts in a small notebook. Jazz. She listened to jazz music while cooking dinner. Joke. He made a joke that had everyone laughing. Join. Would you like to join us for the meeting tomorrow? Jump. The athlete made a record-breaking jump at the competition. Just. It's just around the corner from here. Junk. They decided to clear out the junk from the attic. Jury. The jury listened carefully to all the evidence presented. Jinx. He believed the old mirror would jinx him if it broke. Java. He prefers to code in Java for its versatility. Join. The two rivers join at the delta. Jade. She wore a jade bracelet that matched her earrings. Jolt. The news of his promotion gave him a pleasant jolt. Joke. She loved to joke with her colleagues at work. Jack. They had to use a jack to lift the heavy crate. Jail. The criminal was put in jail for a long sentence. Jive. He was known for his smooth moves on the jive dance floor. Jazz. The jazz festival attracted musicians from all over the world. Jump. The frog made a big jump across the pond. Junk. She decided it was time to get rid of the old junk in her room. Jury. The jury was tasked with making a fair decision. Jade. Her earrings were made of jade, which matched her dress. Jolt. The sudden stop gave everyone a jolt. Joke. He loved to tell a joke that would make everyone laugh. Jail. The escaped convict was caught and sent back to jail. Jazz. They danced to jazz all night at the party. Join. She decided to join the art class to learn painting. Jump. He tried to jump over the fence but got stuck. Just. She had just finished her homework when the doorbell rang. Junk. He collected junk to repurpose into artwork. Jury. The jury was still deliberating on the final verdict. Keep. She decided to keep the old letters in a box under her bed. Knot. He tied a strong knot to secure the boat to the dock. No. I know the answer to your question. Keen. He has a keen sense of observation, noticing even the smallest details. Kick. She gave the ball a powerful kick, sending it flying across the field. King. The king ruled his kingdom with wisdom and fairness. Knit. She loves to knit sweaters for her grandchildren during the winter. Kite. The children flew their kite in the park on a windy day. Knee. He hurt his knee while playing soccer. Knob. She turned the knob to open the door slowly. Keel. The ship's keel was strong enough to withstand the rough seas. Kelp. The diver swam through a forest of kelp in the ocean. Kick. He couldn't resist giving the soccer ball another kick. Kind. She is always kind to everyone she meets. Knit. He watched his grandmother knit a colorful scarf. Keep. It's important to keep your promises. Keen. She was keen to start her new job. Knot. The sailor taught him how to tie a proper knot. No. I know it will be a great adventure. Kiwi. She added fresh kiwi slices to her salad. Knew. He knew the way to the hidden beach. Kick. The horse gave a sudden kick and startled everyone. King. The king wore a crown made of gold and jewels. Kilt. He wore a traditional Scottish kilt for the celebration. Keen. She is keen on learning new languages. Keep. We must keep the environment clean. Knot. The ribbon was tied in a beautiful knot. No. Do you know where the nearest coffee shop is? Kick. The kids practiced their kick in martial arts class. King. The king addressed his subjects from the balcony. Knit. She knit a pair of socks to keep her feet warm in winter. Keen. He has a keen interest in ancient history. Keep. They keep a garden full of vegetables and flowers. Kick. She tried to kick the habit of drinking too much coffee. Knot. The rope had a tight knot that was hard to undo. No. It's good to know how to swim. Kick. The sudden kick from the horse caught him by surprise. King. The king declared a day of celebration throughout the land. Keep. Always keep your friends close. Knit. She decided to knit a blanket for the new baby. Knot. He fumbled with the knot in his tie before the interview. No. She didn't know that today was a holiday. Kick. He tried to kick the ball, but missed. King. The king's portrait hung in the grand hall. Kite. The kite soared high above the beach. Knee. She bent her knee to tie her shoelace. Knob. He twisted the knob, but the door wouldn't open. Keep. Please keep quiet while others are studying. Keen. The detective had a keen eye for detail. Knot. She worked diligently to untangle the knot in her necklace. Lake. They spent the weekend camping by the lake. Last. This is the last chance to get tickets for the concert. Lion. The lion roared loudly in the middle of the savannah. Lamp. She turned on the lamp to read her book. Left. She left her keys on the kitchen counter. Leap. The frog took a big leap into the pond. Lean. He decided to lean against the wall while waiting. Luck. They wished her luck before the big game. Lace. She carefully tied the lace on her new sneakers. Line. The line for the roller coaster was very long. Lend. Could you lend me a pencil for the exam? Lamb. They saw a little lamb playing in the field. List. He made a list of all the things he needed to buy. Loud. The music was so loud that it could be heard from blocks away. Like. I really like the new restaurant downtown. Lose. She didn't want to lose her favorite book. Lush. The garden was filled with lush, green plants. Link. The chain had a broken link that needed repair. Lure. The fisherman used a special lure to catch fish. Look. She gave him a stern look after his mistake. Lobe. The earring dangled from her earlobe. Load. They managed to load all their luggage into the car. Love. She said she was in love with the new movie. Lump. There was a lump in the batter that needed to be stirred out. Lens. He cleaned his camera lens before taking the picture. Lube. She tied the rope into a loop for the climbing activity. Lair. The dragon's lair was hidden deep in the mountains. Lava. The molten lava flowed slowly from the volcano. Leak. There was a leak in the roof after the heavy rain. Lips. She applied a bright red lipstick to her lips. Lash. The horse's tail gave a quick lash to swat away flies. Late. He was late for the meeting because of traffic. Life. She wanted to live a life full of adventure. Luck. With a bit of luck, they found the lost dog. Lush. The tropical island was covered in lush vegetation. Lend. She was happy to lend him her favorite book. Lack. There was a lack of evidence in the case. Lime. She squeezed a lime over the tacos for extra flavor. Lord. The lord of the manor was known for his generosity. Loft. The artist lived in a spacious loft with large windows. Lick. The dog gave her face a quick lick. Lump. He felt a lump in his throat during the emotional speech. Lace. She wore a dress with intricate lace details. Lush. The rainforest is home to a variety of lush plants. Left. They left early to avoid the traffic. Line. The artist drew a straight line with a ruler. Link. She clicked on the link to read more about the event. Like. I like to read books in my spare time. Lube. The road formed a loop around the lake. Lens. He used a magnifying lens to study the tiny insects. Make. She wants to make a cake for her friend's birthday. Moon. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Mist. A light mist covered the field in the early morning. Mean. He didn't mean to hurt her feelings. Moth. A moth fluttered around the porch light. Mask. She wore a mask to the costume party. Melt. The ice began to melt as the sun came out. Mile. They ran a mile every morning for exercise. Mock. He tried to mock his friend, but it only made them laugh. Mark. He left a mark on the wall with his muddy shoes. Mesh. The windows were covered with a fine mesh to keep insects out. Mine. The gold mine was abandoned many years ago. Muse. The artist found his muse in the bustling city streets. Meat. They grilled some meat for the barbecue. Mice. The mice scurried away when they saw the cat. Maze. The children enjoyed navigating the corn maze. Move. He decided it was time to move to a new city. Much. She didn't have much time to prepare for the test. Mint. She put a fresh mint leaf in her tea. Milk. He poured milk into his cereal. Many. There are many reasons to visit that museum. Most. He spent most of his day working on the project. Mail. She checked the mail every afternoon. Melt. The chocolate began to melt in the hot sun. Mess. His room was a mess after the party. Monk. The monk lived a simple life in the monastery. Mole. She saw a mole burrow under the ground. Moat. The castle was surrounded by a deep moat. Mind. She had a brilliant mind, always full of ideas. Mini. She bought a mini version of the classic board game. Mast. The ship's mast broke during the storm. Mash. He decided to mash the potatoes for dinner. Melt. The snow began to melt as spring approached. Mall. They went to the mall to do some shopping. Mere. It was a mere suggestion, not a demand. Must. You must finish your homework before playing outside. Melt. The candle wax started to melt from the heat. Maid. The maid cleaned the room thoroughly. Mean. Don't be mean to your little brother. Moot. The point is moot since we already made a decision. Mesh. The dress was made of a delicate mesh fabric. Mime. The mime performed silently in the park. Mint. He loves mint chocolate chip ice cream. Mist. A soft mist settled over the valley. Mood. The music set a romantic mood for the evening. Maze. The maze was challenging but fun to solve. Melt. The sun will melt the snow in a few hours. Main. The main character of the story was very brave. Moon. They sat on the hill and watched the moon rise. Mist. The mist made the morning feel cool and fresh. Name. What is your favorite name? Noon. They planned to meet at the cafe around noon. Near. The school is near my house. Note. He left a note on her desk as a reminder. Neck. She wore a necklace around her neck. Nose. His nose turned red from the cold. Neat. She kept her desk very neat and organized. Nest. The bird built a nest in the tree outside my window. Nice. It was nice of him to help with the groceries. News. The news was on when she walked into the room. Nail. She painted each nail a different color. Norm. It's become the norm to work from home these days. Nuts. He loves to eat nuts as a snack. Neat. He always keeps his handwriting neat. Node. The internet connection went down because of a faulty node. Next. She wondered who would be next to present their project. Need. They need to buy more milk for the recipe. Noon. We'll take a break at noon for lunch. None. None of the answers seemed correct. Navy. He joined the Navy after finishing college. Numb. His fingers felt numb from the cold. Near. We live near a beautiful park. Name. She wanted to name the baby after her grandmother. Note. She wrote a thank you note to her teacher. Nice. It's always nice to receive a compliment. Noon. The sun is at its highest point at noon. Neck. He wore a scarf around his neck to stay warm. Neat. Her handwriting is very neat and legible. Node. The network has multiple nodes for better connectivity. Near. We sat near the window to get some fresh air. Name. They wanted to name the puppy Max. None. None of the options seemed appealing. News. The news report covered the entire event. Neck. He got a sunburn on his neck after a day at the beach. Nest. The robin's nest had 3 tiny eggs inside. Note. She played a wrong note on the piano. Navy. The Navy ship sailed into the harbor. Numb. After sitting in the cold for so long, his feet were numb. Next. She was excited to see what would happen next. Near. They live near the coast and love going to the beach. None. He tried all the keys, but none of them worked. News. The news spread quickly through the small town. Neat. She folded the clothes in a neat pile. Node. The device was connected to the central node of the network. Near. The restaurant is near the cinema. Name. They called her name 3 times before she answered. Next. The next stop is the museum. Neat. His room was surprisingly neat for a teenager. Near. The grocery store is near the train station. None. None of the students knew the answer to the question. Once. Once upon a time, there was a small village at the edge of the forest. Over. She jumped over the fence with ease. Oval. The painting had an elegant, oval frame. Open. He decided to open the window to let in some fresh air. Oven. She preheated the oven before baking the cookies. Omit. Please do not omit any details in your report. Only. It was the only time he ever lied to his parents. Otto. Otto was excited to visit his grandparents during the holidays. Onyx. She wore a necklace made of onyx beads. Oral. The students had to give an oral presentation in class. Oath. He took an oath to always tell the truth. Oxen. The farmers used oxen to plow their fields. Obey. The dog was trained to obey simple commands. Ogle. He couldn't help but ogle at the stunning display of fireworks. Oily. After working in the garage, his hands were oily. Odds. The odds of winning the lottery are extremely low. Oats. She prepared a bowl of oats for breakfast every morning. Owed. She finally paid back the money she owed her friend. Omen. Seeing a black cat is often considered a bad omen. Ores. The miners extracted precious ores from the mountains. Omit. He decided to omit the last chapter from his book. Ores. The geologist examined the different types of ores. Oats. Oats are a healthy source of fiber and nutrients. Onus. The onus was on her to prove her innocence. Open. The store will open at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Oval. The new stadium has an oval shape. Oops. Oops. I accidentally spilled my drink. Oxen. In the past, oxen were commonly used to pull heavy loads. Omit. It's important not to omit any key points from your speech. Ores. They discovered new ores in the abandoned mine. Owed. He owed a lot of money to the bank. Open. She decided to open a bakery in her hometown. Oats. The recipe called for 2 cups of oats. Otto. Otto enjoyed playing chess with his father. Oval. The table in the dining room was oval-shaped. Oven. Be careful when you take the cake out of the hot oven. Onus. The onus is on the student to complete their homework on time. Open. The gallery will open its doors to the public this weekend. Oxen. The oxen slowly pulled the cart up the hill. Otto. Otto decided to join the school's debate team. Oval. She drew an oval on the piece of paper. Omit. He chose to omit unnecessary details from his presentation. Oats. For a hearty breakfast, she added fresh berries to her oats. Open. The door swung open with a creak. Oval. The racetrack was oval, perfect for car races. Otto. Otto's friends surprised him with a birthday party. Oxen. The farmer took care of his oxen with great care. Omit. Be sure not to omit any important facts from your report. Open. He watched the flowers open in the early morning light. Oval. The classroom had an oval table for group discussions. Park. They decided to park their car near the entrance. Play. The children love to play outside after school. Pull. You need to pull the handle to open the door. Pack. She began to pack her bags for the weekend trip. Pink. The sky turned a beautiful shade of pink during sunset. Pond. The ducks swam gracefully across the pond. Push. He had to push the heavy cart up the hill. Plan. It's important to plan ahead for your future. Path. The narrow path led through the dense forest. Pump. The mechanic used a pump to inflate the tires. Pint. He ordered a pint of beer at the local pub. Pave. The city plans to pave the old road next week. Pier. They walked along the pier to watch the boats. Pool. The kids were excited to swim in the pool. Peel. She used a knife to peel the apple. Pale. His face turned pale when he heard the news. Palm. She placed a coin in the palm of his hand. Pile. There was a pile of books on her desk. Plus. He is smart, plus he has a great sense of humor. Pore. She studied every pore on her face in the mirror. Page. He turned the page to continue reading. Pace. He tried to maintain a steady pace during his run. Puff. The dragon released a puff of smoke from its nostrils. Plot. The plot of the movie was very interesting. Plug. He forgot to plug in his phone charger. Pose. The artist asked her to pose for the painting. Pain. She felt a sharp pain in her leg. Pair. He bought a new pair of shoes for the event. Past. The past few years have been challenging for everyone. Pass. She hoped to pass all her exams this semester. Pill. He took a pill to relieve his headache. Pick. She had to pick the right dress for the occasion. Peak. They reached the peak of the mountain by noon. Pike. The fisherman caught a large pike in the lake. Poof. The magician made the rabbit disappear with a poof. Pelt. The hunter carefully skinned the animal's pelt. Prop. The stage crew set up the prop for the next scene. Push. You have to push the door to open it. Peer. She had to peer through the fog to see ahead. Poem. He wrote a beautiful poem for her. Pint. She drank a pint of water after her workout. Peck. The bird gave a quick peck at the worm. Pull. He had to pull the rope with all his strength. Plug. Make sure to plug the cable into the correct port. Pray. They decided to pray for peace and prosperity. Ping. She heard the ping of her phone notifying a new message. Pure. The water from the spring was crystal clear and pure. Park. The park was filled with families enjoying the sunshine. Puff. He took a puff of his cigarette and sighed deeply. Punt. The player made a perfect punt to gain more yards. Quit. He decided to quit his job and travel the world. Quiz. The teacher prepared a challenging quiz for her students. Quad. The students gathered in the quad to relax between classes. Quib. He always had a clever quip ready in any conversation. Quid. She lent him 5 quid to buy lunch. Queer. The village had a quaint, quirky charm to it. Key. The farmer guided the key back to the barn. Quay. The boat docked at the quay to unload its cargo. Quat. The old poem mentioned a mysterious quat as a character. K. The painter worked in the K of his studio. Quat. The healer added quat leaves to the mixture. Quit. He decided to quit smoking after many years. Quiz. The history quiz was harder than expected. Quad. They took a break on the quad during lunch. Quib. She couldn't help but laugh at his witty quip. Quid. He found a 10-quid note on the sidewalk. Quit. He urged his friend not to quit so easily. Quay. The fisherman stood on the quay, waiting for his boat. Quiz. There will be a pop quiz in tomorrow's class. Quib. His quip about the situation lightened the mood. Quit. She had to quit the game due to an injury. Quad. They gathered on the quad for the annual picnic. Quit. It's hard to quit a habit once it's formed. Quiz. The quiz had questions on every topic they studied. Quib. His quip was met with laughter from the audience. Quid. A quid is a slang term for a pound in the UK. Quad. The athlete trained hard on the quad for the upcoming meet. Quit. She tried to quit caffeine for a month. Quiz. He studied all night for the math quiz. Quib. His quip made everyone in the room smile. Quad. They set up tents on the quad for the festival. Quit. It's time to quit procrastinating and get to work. Quiz. The pop quiz caught all the students by surprise. Quib. His quick quip about the weather made her laugh. Quad. The university's quad was surrounded by tall buildings. Quit. He decided to quit after the last meeting. Quiz. The quiz had questions on literature and history. Quid. She needed to borrow a quid to complete her purchase. Quib. His sharp quip left everyone in awe. Quad. The quad was bustling with students between classes. Quit. She found it hard to quit her addiction. Quay. The cargo was unloaded at the quay in the early morning. Quiz. He felt nervous before the big quiz. Quit. She wanted to quit the team but decided to stay. Quib. His quip about the situation lightened the mood. Quad. The college's quad is known for its beautiful gardens. Quit. He thought about quitting but pushed through. Quay. The sailors docked at the quay after a long journey. Quiz. The final quiz of the semester was comprehensive. Quit. It's hard to quit when you're so close to the finish line. Rain. The rain poured heavily all night, soaking the ground. Rock. She skipped a rock across the lake. Room. He decorated his room with posters of his favorite bands. Rose. The rose garden was in full bloom. Roll. He watched the dice roll across the table. Rest. After a long day at work, she needed to rest. Roof. The roof of the house was damaged in the storm. Rear. He checked the rear view mirror while driving. Ring. She wore a beautiful diamond ring on her finger. Root. The tree's root system was extensive. Rail. The train moved swiftly along the rail. Rate. The interest rate on his loan was very high. Rise. The sun began to rise over the mountains. Race. He trained for months to compete in the race. Robe. The climber tied the rope securely before ascending. Ripe. The apples on the tree were ripe and ready to be picked. Road. They drove down a long, winding road. Rave. The band received rave reviews for their performance. Risk. He decided to take the risk and start his own business. Rust. The old bicycle was covered in rust. Real. She couldn't believe the news was real. Rant. He went on a rant about the bad service at the restaurant. Rude. It's rude to interrupt someone when they are speaking. Read. She loves to read mystery novels in her free time. Rich. The chocolate cake was rich and decadent. Rare. It is rare to find such a perfectly preserved fossil. Rack. He placed the dishes on the drying rack. Ripe. The peaches were ripe and juicy. Rule. It's important to follow the rule of the game. Rant. He had a long rant about the traffic. Rock. She climbed the tall rock with ease. Ride. They decided to ride their bikes to the park. Rate. The teacher asked the students to rate their experience. Rent. He was looking for a place to rent in the city. Rise. The bread will rise as it bakes in the oven. Rung. She climbed the ladder, rung by rung. Rook. The rook is a powerful piece in chess. Rush. They had to rush to catch the last bus. Rove. He loved to rove through the countryside. Reel. He began to reel in the fishing line. Room. The room was filled with laughter and music. Ramp. The skateboarder performed tricks on the ramp. Roof. The cat climbed up to the roof of the shed. Roll. He learned how to roll a kayak back upright. Robe. The children played jump rope at recess. Root. They dug around the root to plant a new tree. Rain. The rain finally stopped after several hours. Ring. The phone began to ring loudly in the quiet room. Road. The road was blocked due to an accident. Risk. She took a risk by investing in the startup. Save. He worked hard to save enough money for his vacation. Seal. The seal at the zoo balanced a ball on its nose. Ship. The ship sailed across the ocean to a distant land. Sand. The children built a castle in the sand. Stop. The bus driver told everyone to stop talking. Spot. She found a great spot to watch the sunset. Side. He stood by her side throughout the whole ordeal. Sake. For the sake of clarity, please explain that again. Safe. The hikers made it to the cabin and were safe from the storm. Snow. The snow fell softly, covering the ground in a white blanket. Sink. She watched the sun sink below the horizon. Seat. He found a seat near the window. Slip. Be careful not to slip on the wet floor. Snap. The branch gave a loud snap under his weight. Soft. The blanket was warm and soft. Soil. The gardener tilled the soil before planting the seeds. Song. The song played softly in the background. Soup. She made a hot bowl of soup for dinner. Sell. He decided to sell his old car. Stay. They decided to stay at the hotel for another night. Same. They wore the same outfit by coincidence. Step. She took a step back to admire her work. Sort. They had to sort the books by genre. Seed. She planted a seed in the garden. Send. He will send the letter tomorrow. Sack. The sack of potatoes was heavy. Slow. The turtle moved at a slow pace. Star. The star shone brightly in the night sky. Sing. She loves to sing in the shower. Slim. He chose a slim notebook that fit in his pocket. Slam. She heard the door slam shut behind her. Show. The show will start in 5 minutes. Size. The size of the box was perfect for the gift. Shop. They went to the shop to buy groceries. Self. He made a self-portrait for his art class. Spin. The dancer could spin gracefully on one foot. Swan. The swan glided gracefully across the lake. Suit. He wore a suit to the interview. Seek. She decided to seek advice from a professional. Shot. He took a great shot with his camera. Sour. The lemon was too sour for her taste. Skin. She applied lotion to her dry skin. Shut. He decided to shut the door to keep the noise out. Sole. The sole of her shoe was worn out. Spin. The top continued to spin for several minutes. Sore. Her muscles were sore after the workout. Solo. He performed a solo at the concert. Such. Such a beautiful painting deserves to be displayed. Surf. They decided to surf at the beach this weekend. Stem. The stem of the plant was strong and healthy. Tree. The old oak tree in the backyard provided plenty of shade during the summer. Task. Completing this task before the deadline is essential. Turn. Take a left turn at the next intersection. Take. Please take one of the brochures before you leave. Trip. We planned a trip to the mountains next weekend. Tilt. The picture frame was slightly tilted on the wall. Tire. The car's tire was flat after driving over a sharp object. Tale. The grandmother told a fascinating tale about her youth. Tide. The tide was high, making it difficult to walk on the beach. Talk. We need to have a serious talk about your future plans. Team. Our team won the championship after a tough game. Tear. A tear rolled down her cheek as she read the letter. Trim. He decided to trim the hedges in the garden. Tame. It took years to tame the wild horse. Tent. We set up the tent near the lake for the night. Term. The term global warming is often discussed in environmental science. Text. She sent a quick text to confirm the appointment. Type. What type of music do you prefer? Tank. The fish swam peacefully in the large tank. Tail. The dog wagged its tail excitedly. Twin. The twin brothers were inseparable. Told. She told me the news over the phone. Tick. The clock made a steady tick as time passed. Tone. His tone of voice suggested he was upset. Tips. She gave me some useful tips for cooking. Time. Time flies when you're having fun. Tiny. The kitten was tiny, fitting in the palm of my hand. Test. The test was harder than expected. Tech. She works in the tech industry, developing new software. Toss. He decided to toss the old magazines in the recycling bin. Tend. She tends to the garden every morning. Tidy. The room was tidy after she finished cleaning. Trap. The mouse was caught in the trap we set. Turf. The football field's turf was well maintained. Tomb. The ancient tomb was discovered by archaeologists. Tour. We took a guided tour of the historic city. Tint. The car windows had a dark tint. Torn. His shirt was torn after climbing over the fence. Thaw. The ice began to thaw as the temperature rose. Tick. I could hear the tick of the clock from across the room. Tilt. He had to tilt the painting slightly to get it level. Thin. The ice on the lake was too thin to walk on. Twin. The twin stars were visible in the night sky. Toil. He had to toil in the fields from dawn until dusk. Task. The task was more challenging than I had anticipated. Tack. She used a tack to pin the poster to the wall. Thug. The thug was apprehended by the police after the robbery. Tank. The water tank needed to be refilled. Tug. She gave the baby a gentle tuck into bed. Tusk. The elephant's tusk was long and curved. Unit. The apartment unit is available for rent starting next month. Upon arriving at the station, she realized she had forgotten her ticket. Undo. He tried to undo the knot but it was too tight. User. The app requires the user to create an account before accessing features. Ugly. The house looked ugly with its peeling paint and broken windows. Urge. I felt an urge to call her and make sure she was okay. Uber. We decided to take an Uber to the party since it was too far to walk. Used. The used book was much cheaper than buying a new one. Urns. The decorative urns were placed on either side of the entrance. Urge. The teacher urged the students to study harder for the upcoming exam. Undo. She regretted her actions and wished she could undo them. Unit. Each unit in the building has its own private balcony. Upon. The success of the project depends upon everyone's cooperation. User. The software was designed with user experience in mind. Ugly. The argument between them turned ugly quickly. Urge. He couldn't resist the urge to eat the last cookie. Undo. Pressing Ctrl+Z will undo the last action. Upon. The decision was made upon careful consideration. Unit. The soldiers were part of a specialized unit. Undo. She managed to undo the damage with a sincere apology. Ugly. The truth can sometimes be ugly. User. The manual provides clear instructions for the user. Urge. I urge you to reconsider your decision. Undo. It was too late to undo the mistake. Upon reflection, she realized she had made the right choice. Ugly. The sculpture was considered ugly by many, but some found it interesting. Unit. This unit converts from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Undo. The carpenter carefully worked to undo the misaligned parts. Upon hearing the news, he rushed to the hospital. User. The software's interface is user-friendly. Ugly. The storm left an ugly scar on the landscape. Urge. She had a sudden urge to travel the world. Undo. The package was difficult to undo. Unit. The new unit was installed in the air conditioning system. Ugly. He made an ugly comment that offended everyone. Upon. The team agreed upon a strategy for the project. User. The user guide is available online. Urge. She urged her friend to follow her dreams. Undo. The knot was impossible to undo. Unit. The building's heating unit was malfunctioning. Ugly. The ugly truth came out during the trial. Upon closer inspection, the painting was a masterpiece. Urge. He couldn't ignore the urge to speak up. User. The user reported a bug in the software. Undo. She tried to undo the harm caused by her words. Vary. The prices of the products vary depending on the brand. View. The view from the mountain top was breathtaking. Vast. The desert stretched out in a vast expanse before them. Vote. She decided to vote in the upcoming election. Vain. His efforts to fix the car were in vain. Veil. She wore a veil over her face for the ceremony. Vent. The hot air was released through a vent in the ceiling. Veer. The car had to veer suddenly to avoid hitting the deer. Vibe. The cafe had a relaxed vibe that made it a popular hangout spot. Vine. The vine climbed up the side of the house, covering the windows. Void. The contract was declared void due to a technicality. Verb. In the sentence she runs fast, runs is a verb. Volt. The device required a 9-volt battery to operate. Vice. He used a vice to hold the piece of wood steady while he sawed it. Vial. The nurse filled a vial with the patient's blood for testing. Vile. The villain's vile actions shocked everyone in the room. Vice. Smoking is considered a vice by many. Veto. The president has the power to veto legislation. Vein. The doctor found the vein easily to draw blood. Vary. Her interests vary from painting to hiking. View. The view from the hotel room was stunning. Vent. The kitchen vent helped remove smoke and odors. Vice. The mechanic used a vice to secure the metal piece. Veil. The bride lifted her veil for the first kiss. Vote. Everyone should exercise their right to vote. Vial. The scientist carefully labeled each vial in the lab. Vice. He clamped the metal rod into the vice before welding it. Vary. The rules vary depending on the competition. View. We had a clear view of the stage from our seats. Vast. The ocean seemed vast and endless. Vial. She held the vial of perfume up to her nose and inhaled deeply. Vote. They cast their vote early to avoid long lines. Vibe. The music set the vibe for the entire evening. Vein. A blue vein was visible on the back of his hand. Vile. The food was vile and inedible. Vent. She needed to vent her frustrations after a long day. Veil. The fog acted as a veil, obscuring the landscape. Vote. The proposal passed by a narrow vote. Vine. The vine twisted around the fence post. Vary. Opinions on the topic vary greatly. Void. Staring into the void, he felt a sense of loneliness. Vain. She checked her reflection in the mirror, feeling vain. Vice. His gambling habit was a serious vice. Vice. The vice gripped the object tightly. Vast. The vastness of the universe is incomprehensible. Vote. The vote ended in a tie, requiring a recount. Wall. The wall in the living room was painted a bright shade of blue. Walk. We decided to walk through the park to enjoy the nice weather. West. The sun sets in the west every evening. Wind. The wind blew the leaves off the trees. Wave. She gave a quick wave to her friend across the street. Wild. The forest was full of wild animals. Wood. The table was made of solid oak wood. Wing. The bird spread its wings and took flight. Warm. The blanket kept me warm during the cold night. Where? The store had a large selection of kitchenware. Wake. She woke up early to watch the sunrise. Wise. The wise old man shared his knowledge with the younger generation. Worm. The worm wriggled through the soil in the garden. Wish. I wish I could go on vacation this summer. Work. She has a lot of work to do before the deadline. Wolf. The lone wolf howled at the moon. Weak. After the flu, he felt too weak to get out of bed. Wait. Please wait here while I get your order. Where? She likes to wear bright colors in the summer. Wipe. He used a cloth to wipe the dust off the shelves. Wire. The lamp was connected to the power source by a thin wire. Worn. His shoes were worn out after years of use. Warp. The heat caused the plastic to warp out of shape. Wide. The river was too wide to cross without a boat. Woke. I woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. Whip. He used a whip to train the horse. Wasp. A wasp buzzed around the picnic table, attracted by the food. Wage. The workers demanded a higher wage for their labor. Wilt. The flowers began to wilt in the heat without water. Wavy. Her hair was naturally wavy and looked beautiful. Watt. The light bulb uses 60 watts of power. Wrap. He decided to wrap the gift in colorful paper. Wash. She needs to wash the car this weekend. Wick. The candle's wick was too short to light properly. Wand. The magician waved his wand and performed a trick. Wavy. The ocean had wavy patterns as the wind blew across it. Wilt. Without proper care, the plant started to wilt. Wing. The butterfly's wing was delicate and colorful. Warn. She warned her friends about the slippery roads. Well. The old well in the village was still used for drinking water. Wild. The wild flowers grew freely in the meadow. Worn. His jacket looked worn and tattered after years of use. Work. He finished his work early and left the office. Wily. The wily fox outsmarted the hunters once again. Warm. The soup was warm and comforting on a chilly day. Waxy. The leaves had a waxy texture, making them water resistant. Weak. The old bridge looked weak and unsafe to cross. Wand. The wizard's wand glowed with magical power. Want. I want to travel to new places and explore the world. Wool. The sweater was made of soft wool, perfect for winter. X-ray. The doctor ordered an X-ray to check for any broken bones. Xeno. The concept of xenophobia refers to a fear of strangers or foreigners. Xylo. He played the melody on a xylophone during the concert. Xbox. We spent the afternoon playing games on the Xbox. Christmas. We decorated the tree for Christmas with lights and ornaments. Xian. The ancient city of Xian is known for its terracotta warriors. Seeing. The road sign warned of a pedestrian seeing ahead. XYST. The athletes trained in the XYST, a covered walkway in ancient Greek gymnasiums. Xanth. The color of the flower was a beautiful xanthic shade. Zane. Zane is a unique name, often found in fictional stories. XYLY. The XYLY group in organic chemistry involves a structure related to xylene. SPI. SPI modules are used in wireless communication for electronic projects. Xian. The Xian region is famous for its rich history and cultural significance. Coxo. She signed the letter with Coxo, meaning hugs and kisses. Shoes. Shoes was a brand known for its innovative technology solutions. X-ray. The X-ray revealed a small fracture in the bone. SPO. The archer was skilled in using an SPO, or crossbow, in battle. Kony. The Kony DJ mixer was known for its superior sound quality. Zend. The project reached its Zend after several months of hard work. Zeth. Zeth is a rare name, sometimes used in fantasy novels. Zine. Zine was a character in the novel who possessed mysterious powers. Zis. Zis is a fictional element used in a sci-fi story. Smut. The smut virus in the game was difficult to overcome. Zide. Zide was the brand name of an energy drink popular among athletes. Xoma. The Xoma Corporation was known for its biotech research. Zius. Zius was a distant planet in the science fiction series. Xero. The Xero software was ideal for small business accounting. Zeit. The Zeit platform allowed users to stream videos seamlessly. Zeth. Zeth was the name of a powerful mage in the fantasy RPG. Stex. The Stex fabric was known for its durability and water resistance. Xian. Xian University was renowned for its engineering programs. Zero. Zero gravity was simulated in the space station. Spad. The Spad controller was ergonomically designed for comfort. Xian. Xian was the leader of the rebel faction in the game. Stul. Stul technology was used in high-precision clocks. Stay. Stay is a blockchain-based stablecoin used for fast transactions. Zixi. Zixi is a social media platform popular in some countries. Stree. The Stree race was a triathlon held in extreme conditions. Zabi. Zabi was a talented football player known for his midfield prowess. Kona. Kona was a futuristic city depicted in the novel. Smut. The smut strain was highly contagious in the storyline. Zyro. Zyro drones were known for their high-definition camera capabilities. Stul. The Stul service guaranteed overnight delivery. Zius. The planet Zius had an unusual climate and diverse ecosystems. Sped. The Sped app helped adventurers plan their trips. Star. Star was a brand specializing in high-performance flashlights. Sun. Sun is a storage area network solution by Apple. Spio. Spio was a company at the forefront of biotech innovations. SOS. The SOS operating system was known for its security features. Yarn. She spent the afternoon knitting a scarf with blue yarn. Yawn. He let out a big yawn after staying up late last night. Year. This year, the company reached its highest profits ever. Yelp. The dog let out a yelp when it stepped on something sharp. Yoke. The oxen were harnessed to the cart with a wooden yoke. Yoga. She practices yoga every morning to stay flexible and calm. Yell. He had to yell to be heard over the loud music. Yank. She gave the door a yank, and it finally opened. Yeti. The hikers claimed to have seen a yeti in the snowy mountains. Yor. Tales of yore often speak of knights and dragons. Yoke. The farmers used a yoke to connect the oxen to the plow. Yor. Don't forget to bring your coat when you leave. Yawn. She stifled a yawn during the long meeting. Yolk. The yolk of the egg was bright yellow and rich in flavor. Yogi. The yogi taught them advanced meditation techniques. Yelp. The puppy let out a yelp when it was scared. Yurt. They stayed in a cozy yurt while camping in the mountains. Yawn. His constant yawning made the lecture even more boring. York. The city of York is famous for its historic architecture. Yaps. The small dog yaps whenever someone walks by the house. Yank. With a yank, he pulled the rope free. Yarn. The storyteller spun a yarn that captivated the audience. Yawn. She tried to hide her yawn during the movie. Year. This is the year she plans to graduate from college. Yelp. The website Yelp is useful for finding restaurant reviews. Yule. The Yule log burned brightly in the fireplace. Yule. During Yule, they celebrated with a festive feast. Yank. He gave the door handle a yank to open it. Yeti. The legend of the Yeti has intrigued explorers for centuries. Yips. The dog gave excited yips when it saw its owner. Yawn. A yawn spread through the room as the meeting dragged on. Yoke. The workers removed the yoke after the oxen finished plowing. Yogi. The yogi demonstrated impressive flexibility and strength. Yawn. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't stop yawning. Yarn. She loves to knit with soft, colorful yarn. Yeti. The creature, resembling a yeti, was part of local folklore. Yawn. The yawn was contagious, spreading to everyone in the room. Yoke. They attached the yoke to the oxen before beginning the day's work. Yelp. The loud yelp startled everyone in the room. Yoke. The wooden yoke was placed around the ox's neck. York. They visited York to see the famous cathedral. Yarn. She loves knitting with wool yarn during winter. Yolk. The egg's yolk was perfectly round and golden. Yawn. His yawn was a clear sign that he was ready for bed. Yarn. He told an entertaining yarn about his travels. Yoke. The yoke was made of sturdy wood. Yank. With a strong yank, he freed the rope from the tree. Yips. The puppy's excited yips filled the room. Yurt. They slept in a traditional yurt during their stay in Mongolia. 0. The temperature dropped to 0 degrees overnight. Zoom. The camera could zoom in on distant objects with ease. Zone. This area is a no parking zone during school hours. Zest. The chef added lemon zest to the dish for extra flavor. Zeal. She pursued her career with great zeal and determination. Zinc. Zinc is an essential mineral for maintaining good health. Zing. The sauce had a zing to it, thanks to the added chili peppers. Zebu. The zebu is a type of cattle known for its hump and resilience. Zeta. Zeta is the sixth letter of the Greek alphabet. Zany. The comedian's zany antics had everyone laughing. Zaps. The bug zapper zaps any insects that come near. Zips. The jacket zips up easily, keeping the cold out. Zaps. The robot zaps the targets with pinpoint accuracy. Zits. The teenager was upset about the zits on her face. Zigs. The runner zigs and zags to avoid obstacles on the path. Zaps. The superhero zaps the villain with a powerful blast. Zaps. The electrician warned about the dangers of zaps from faulty wiring. Zips. She zips her suitcase shut before heading to the airport. Zigs. The trail zigs and zags through the forest. Zaps. The device zaps pests with a small electric shock. Zaps. The laser zaps the target with precision. Zips. He zips through his homework in record time. Zigs. The car zigs to the left to avoid hitting the pothole. Zaps. The microwave zaps the food quickly. Zaps. The machine zaps the metal to weld it together. Zips. She zips up her coat to stay warm. Zigs. The rabbit zigs across the field to escape the predator. Zaps. The storm zaps the tree with lightning. Zaps. The arcade game zaps the player when they lose. Zips. The athlete zips around the track during the race. Zigs. The cyclist zigs through traffic to avoid delays. Zips. The child zips down the slide with a big smile. Zaps. The taser zaps the attacker with a jolt of electricity. Zaps. The bug zapper zaps mosquitoes near the patio. Zigs. The path zigs through the dense forest. Zips. The athlete zips through the finish line. Zaps. The laser zaps the asteroid in the video game. Zips. The hiker zips up his tent to keep out the cold. Zigs. The road zigs along the mountainside. Zaps. The electrician warns about the danger of zaps from faulty wires. Zips. She zips up her dress before heading out. Zigs. The skier zigs down the slope, avoiding obstacles. Zips. The zipper on his jacket zips up easily. Zaps. The stun gun zaps the target with an electric shock. Zips. The car zips past on the highway. Zigs. The dog zigs back and forth, chasing its tail. Zaps. The superhero zaps the enemy with a laser beam. Zips. The runner zips by, leaving everyone in the dust. Apple. She picked a fresh apple from the tree. Agile. The cat was incredibly agile as it leaped onto the fence. Abide. We must abide by the rules to ensure fairness. Aisle. She walked down the aisle with a bouquet in her hands. Adapt. Animals must adapt to their environment to survive. Adore. I absolutely adore the new painting in the living room. Angel. She has the voice of an angel. Aware. He was fully aware of the consequences of his actions. Apply. She decided to apply for the job at the local library. Absent. He was absent from school due to illness. Alone. She felt alone in the big city. Album. They created a photo album of their vacation. Alert. The dog was alert to every sound in the night. Align. Please align the text to the center of the page. Alien. The movie featured a friendly alien from another planet. Angle. The photo was taken from a unique angle. Acute. The patient experienced acute pain in his abdomen. Ample. The house has ample space for a growing family. Admit. He had to admit that he was wrong. Afloat. The boat remained afloat despite the rough waves. Acrid. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air. Alloy. The new bike frame is made from a lightweight alloy. Amuse. The clown tried to amuse the children with funny tricks. April. April is known for its unpredictable weather. Agony. He was in agony after spraining his ankle. Attic. They stored old furniture in the attic. Aston. The Aston Martin is a classic car admired by many. Adorn. She decided to adorn the room with fresh flowers. Awful. The weather was awful for the outdoor event. A fire. The dry leaves caught a fire in the summer heat. Anger. His anger was evident when he slammed the door. Alley. The cat disappeared into the dark alley. Aptly. She was aptly named, as her name fit her personality perfectly. Agree. We agree on most issues, but this one is different. Antic. The dog's antics made everyone laugh. Azote. The scientists studied the effects of azote in the atmosphere. Aloha. They greeted each other with a warm aloha in Hawaii. Abeam. The ship sailed abeam of the lighthouse. Ambit. The project is within the ambit of our resources. Ashes. The fire left only ashes behind. Atlas. The old atlas was filled with fascinating maps. Agape. His mouth was agape with surprise. Adopt. They decided to adopt a child. Adult. Being an adult comes with many responsibilities. Asset. Her skills are a valuable asset to the company. Abate. The storm began to abate after several hours. Angry. He was still angry about the unfair decision. Alike. The twins looked very much alike. Affix. Please affix the stamp to the envelope. Along. She walked along the beach, enjoying the sunset. Agaze. The children stood agaze at the magician's tricks. Alder. The alder trees lined the river bank. Arise. Problems may arise if the plan is not executed well. Alarm. The alarm went off at 7 a.m. sharp. Appear. He will appear on the TV show next week. Axial. The axial tilt of the Earth causes the seasons. Almond. She added almond slices to the salad. Aloft. The kite soared aloft in the windy sky. Aplomb. She handled the interview with great aplomb. Bacon. He likes his bacon crispy in the morning. Badge. She wore a badge with her name on it. Bagel. He enjoyed a bagel with cream cheese for breakfast. Baker. The baker prepared fresh bread every morning. Baldy. The character in the comic was affectionately called Baldy. Ballo. The ballo is a traditional Italian dance. Banjo. He played a tune on his banjo. Baron. The baron owned vast lands in the countryside. Barge. The barge slowly made its way down the river. Barns. The barns were filled with hay for the winter. Batch. She baked a batch of cookies for the party. Bates. Bates is known for his expertise in architecture. Baton. The conductor raised his baton to start the orchestra. Beach. The family spent the day at the beach. Beams. The sun's beams warmed the chilly morning air. Beard. He decided to grow a beard during the winter months. Bows. The bows competed for her attention at the dance. Bows. The beaux of the town gathered at the annual ball. Beers. They ordered a round of beers at the pub. Beets. She roasted beets for the salad. Begot. His actions begot a series of unfortunate events. Beige. She chose a beige color for the living room walls. Belts. The belts in the machine needed to be replaced. Bench. They sat on the park bench and watched the sunset. Bison. A herd of bison roamed the plains. Binge. They went on a binge-watching spree over the weekend. Birth. The birth of their child brought them great joy. Blaze. The fire started to blaze uncontrollably. Blend. The artist used a blend of colors to create the painting. Blend. The flavors were blent perfectly in the dish. Blind. He was blind to the dangers ahead. Bliss. The couple enjoyed a moment of pure bliss. Block. The kids played on the block all afternoon. Blonde. She has long, blonde hair. Blush. She began to blush when he complimented her. Boats. The boats bobbed gently in the harbor. Bobby. Bobby is known for his cheerful personality. Bonds. They formed strong bonds during their time together. Bones. The archaeologists discovered ancient bones at the site. Booth. They rented a booth at the market to sell their goods. Bool. They played a game of bool in the park. Boxer. The boxer trained hard for the upcoming match. Brace. She had to wear a brace to support her injured knee. Brave. The brave firefighter rescued the child from the burning building. Bread. She baked fresh bread for breakfast. Break. He decided to take a break after working for hours. Broke. She broke the vase while cleaning the shelf. Broth. The chicken broth was simmering on the stove. Brush. She used a brush to paint the wall. Bucks. He saved up his bucks to buy a new bike. Budge. The heavy door wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pushed. Build. They planned to build a new house next year. Bully. The bully was reprimanded by the teacher. Burly. The burly man lifted the heavy box with ease. Burns. He has burns on his arm from the fire. Bushes. The bushes in the garden were trimmed neatly. Butch. Butch is known for his strength and determination. Buyer. The buyer inspected the goods before making the purchase. Bylaw. The town passed a bylaw to restrict noise after 10 p.m. Bunny. The bunny hopped around the yard playfully. Bleed. He began to bleed after cutting his finger. Bored. She was bored with the movie and wanted to leave. Blank. He stared at the blank page, unsure of what to write. Brisk. They took a brisk walk in the cool morning air. Board. The board meeting was scheduled for next Monday. Bluff. He tried to bluff his way through the poker game. Bloom. The flowers began to bloom in the early spring. Bangs. She trimmed her bangs at the hair salon. Belly. His belly was full after the big meal. Blocks. The children built a tower with colorful blocks. Boys. The boys marked the safe swimming area in the lake. Brake. She quickly pressed the brake to avoid the collision. Basil. She added fresh basil to the tomato sauce. Brist. The brist of the brush spread the paint evenly on the canvas. Caddy. The golfer's caddy carried the clubs. Cable. The cable was too short to reach the outlet. Cabin. They rented a cozy cabin in the mountains. Cadet. The cadet stood at attention during the ceremony. Caper. The caper added a tangy flavor to the dish. Candy. She handed out candy to the children on Halloween. Canal. They took a boat ride down the canal. Camel. The camel carried heavy loads across the desert. Cameo. The actor made a brief cameo in the film. Canoe. They paddled the canoe down the river. Canny. The canny investor made a wise decision to sell his stocks. Carat. The ring was adorned with a 2-carat diamond. Carve. He used a knife to carve the turkey at dinner. Cater. The company will cater the food for the event. Catch. He managed to catch the ball just before it hit the ground. Cavil. He would often cavil about the smallest details. Chalk. She used chalk to draw on the sidewalk. Champ. The champ was celebrated for his victory in the tournament. Chant. The crowd began to chant as the team took the field. Chaos. The store was in chaos during the big sale. Chard. She cooked the chard with garlic and olive oil. Charm. The old house had a lot of charm and character. Chasm. They stood at the edge of the chasm, looking down at the river below. Cheap. She bought a cheap dress for the party. Cheat. He was caught trying to cheat on the exam. Check. Please check your answers before submitting the test. Cheek. She kissed him on the cheek before saying goodbye. Cheer. The fans began to cheer loudly for their team. Chess. They played a game of chess at the park. Chest. He stored his treasures in an old wooden chest. Chili. The chili was too spicy for her taste. Chime. The clock began to chime at the stroke of midnight. Chalk. The door was held open by a chalk. Choke. He started to choke on a piece of food. Chomp. The horse began to chomp on the fresh hay. Chore. She had to complete her chores before going out to play. Chose. He chose the red shirt over the blue one. Churn. The ocean waves began to churn as the storm approached. Cipher. The secret message was written in a complex cipher. Civil. The dispute was settled in a civil manner. Clamp. He used a clamp to hold the pieces of wood together. Clang. The metal gates clang loudly as they closed. Clasp. She secured the necklace with a simple clasp. Clave. He clave to his principles despite the pressure to conform. Clean. The house was clean and tidy after the party. Clear. The sky was clear and blue on the sunny day. Cleat. The football player tightened his cleat before the game. Clerk. The clerk helped him find the book he was looking for. Cliff. They stood at the edge of the cliff, looking out at the ocean. Climb. He began to climb the steep mountain trail. Climb. The climb of the region is mild and pleasant. Cling. The child began to cling to her mother when she was scared. Cloak. He wore a dark cloak to blend in with the shadows. Clock. The clock on the wall struck 12. Clone. Scientists are working on ways to clone cells for research. Close. Please close the door behind you when you leave. Cloth. The table was covered with a white cloth. Cloud. A single cloud drifted across the otherwise clear sky. Clout. He used his political clout to influence the decision. Clown. The clown entertained the children at the circus. Coach. The coach gave the team a pep talk before the game. Coast. They drove along the coast, enjoying the view of the ocean. Cobra. The cobra is known for its deadly venom. Codec. The video file needed the right codec to play. Coder. The coder fixed the bug in the software program. Comet. They watched the comet streak across the night sky. Comic. He enjoys reading comic books in his spare time. Comma. Don't forget to add a comma before the conjunction. Count. She began to count the number of stars in the sky. Court. They went to court to settle the legal dispute. Coven. The witches gathered in a coven under the full moon. Cover. He used a blanket to cover himself during the cold night. Cower. The dog began to cower in fear during the thunderstorm. Crack. There was a crack in the windshield after the accident. Craft. She enjoys learning a new craft, like knitting or pottery. Crane. The crane lifted the heavy steel beams into place. Crank. He had to crank the old car to get it started. Crash. The loud crash startled everyone in the room. Crate. They shipped the fragile items in a sturdy wooden crate. Crawl. The baby started to crawl across the floor. Cream. She added cream to her coffee. Creed. The community followed a strict moral creed. Creek. They went fishing by the creek in the afternoon. Creep. He tried to creep quietly out of the room without waking anyone. Crime. Crime rates have dropped significantly in the past year. Crisp. The air was crisp on the autumn morning. Croak. The frog's croak echoed through the night. Crook. The crook was apprehended by the police after the robbery. Cross. She had to cross the busy street carefully. Crowd. A large crowd gathered for the concert. Crown. The king wore a golden crown adorned with jewels. Crude. His crude comments offended many people. Cruel. The cruel treatment of animals is unacceptable. Crumb. He brushed a crumb off the table. Crust. The bread had a thick, crunchy crust. Crypt. They explored the ancient crypt beneath the church. Curvy. The road was curvy and difficult to navigate. Curry. She prepared a spicy curry for dinner. Curve. The curve of the river made the landscape picturesque. Dairy. She bought dairy products like milk and cheese at the store. Daisy. She picked a daisy and put it in her hair. Dance. They went to the dance together on Saturday night. Dandy. He looked quite dandy in his new suit. Dared. She dared him to jump into the pool. Dares. They played a game of truth or dares at the party. Darks. The darks were separated from the lights before doing laundry. Dates. They planned their vacation dates well in advance. Datum. The datum point is essential for the mapping process. Dawns. The truth finally dawns on him after years of denial. Dazed. He was dazed after hitting his head on the low ceiling. Deals. The store offers great deals during the holiday season. Dealt. He dealt the cards to each player. Debts. He worked hard to pay off his debts. Decaf. She prefers decaf coffee in the evenings. Decay. The old building began to decay after years of neglect. Decry. They began to decry the unfair treatment of the workers. Deeds. He was known for his good deeds in the community. Deems. She deems it necessary to speak out against injustice. Deeps. The diver explored the deeps of the ocean. Defog. He turned on the heater to defog the car windows. Deity. The ancient deity was worshipped by the people. Delay. The train had a significant delay due to the weather. Demos. The band played demos of their new songs. Denim. He wore a denim jacket to the concert. Dense. The forest was dense and hard to navigate through. Derby. They attended the horse derby last weekend. Devil. The story portrayed him as a deal-making devil. Dewy. The grass was wet with dewy drops in the morning. Dials. He adjusted the dials on the radio to find a clear station. Diary. She wrote her thoughts in a diary every night. Dicey. The situation became dicey as the storm approached. Dimes. He collected dimes to save for a new toy. Dingy. The dingy room was in need of a good cleaning. Disco. They danced to disco music at the retro-themed party. Ditch. They had to ditch their plans due to bad weather. Ditty. She hummed a cheerful ditty while she worked. Dizzy. She felt dizzy after spinning in circles. Dodge. He had to dodge the ball during the game. Dogma. The religious dogma was strictly followed by the community. Doing. He was proud of the work he was doing on the project. Dolls. She had a collection of dolls from around the world. Donor. The blood donor saved many lives with their contribution. Doped. The athlete was disqualified for having doped before the race. Dopes. The investigator dopes out the true culprit of the crime. Doted. She doted on her grandchildren with love and attention. Dotes. He dotes on his dog, giving it treats and affection. Douse. The douse light of the sunset made the evening peaceful. Doula. The doula provided support during childbirth. Dough. She kneaded the dough before baking the bread. Douse. They had to douse the flames with water. Doves. A pair of white doves were released at the ceremony. Downs. The runner slowed down on the hills and downs of the course. Dozed. He dozed off while watching the movie. Dozes. She dozes lightly in the afternoon sun. Draft. He finished the first draft of his novel. Drama. The drama club performed a play at the school. Drank. He drank a glass of water after his run. Drawl. He spoke with a slow southern drawl. Draws. The artist draws beautiful portraits of animals. Dream. She had a dream about flying over the city. Dress. She wore a red dress to the party. Drift. The boat began to drift with the current. Drill. They used a drill to make holes in the wood. Drink. He poured himself a drink of cold lemonade. Drive. They took a drive along the scenic route. Droll. His droll sense of humor made everyone laugh. Drone. The drone hovered over the field, capturing aerial footage. Drove. She drove to the city to visit her family. Drown. He was afraid he might drown if he swam too far out. Drums. The sound of the drums echoed through the night. Dryly. He commented dryly on the situation, showing little emotion. Duels. The knights prepared for their duels at dawn. Dukes. The dukes gathered to discuss matters of state. Dully. The lecture went on dully, and many students started to lose interest. Dumph. He was dumbfounded by the unexpected news. Dunes. They walked across the sand dunes at sunset. Dunks. The basketball player dunks the ball with ease. Duple. The piece of music was in duple time, giving it a steady rhythm. Dwarf. The dwarf in the fairy tale was known for his wisdom. Dwell. They dwell in a small house on the outskirts of town. Dying. The flowers were dying from lack of water. Eager. She was eager to start her new job. Eagle. The eagle soared high above the mountains. Early. She arrived early to get a good seat. Earns. He earns his living as a teacher. Earth. The earth beneath their feet was fertile and rich. Easel. The artist set up his easel by the window to capture the light. Easily. She completed the task easily with her experience. Eaten. All the food had been eaten by the time she arrived. Eater. He was a picky eater, avoiding most vegetables. Ebbed. The tide ebbed, revealing the hidden rocks. Ebony. The furniture was made of polished ebony wood. Edged. The knife was sharp and perfectly edged. Edges. She carefully trimmed the edges of the paper. Edict. The king issued an edict that changed the law. Edify. The purpose of the lecture was to edify the audience. Educe. The teacher tried to educe the answer from the student. Eerie. The abandoned house had an eerie atmosphere. 8. She turned 8 years old today. Elate. The good news served to elate everyone involved. Elder. The elder of the village was respected by all. Elect. The citizens will elect a new leader in the upcoming election. Elegy. The poet wrote an elegy to mourn the loss of his friend. Elfin. The child had an elfin appearance with his delicate features. Elide. The speaker chose to elide certain details from the story. Elite. Only the elite athletes qualified for the competition. Elope. The couple decided to elope instead of having a big wedding. Elude. The suspect managed to elude the police for several hours. Elves. In the story, the elves were skilled craftsmen. Email. She sent an email to confirm the meeting time. Embed. The journalist tried to embed himself with the troops. Emote. The actor was able to emote convincingly in his role. Empty. The room was empty except for a single chair. Ended. The meeting ended after everyone had spoken. Endow. The wealthy donor chose to endow the university with a large sum. Endue. The knight was endued with great courage by the wizard. Enema. The doctor prescribed an enema for the patient. Enemy. The soldiers prepared to face their enemy in battle. Enjoy. She began to enjoy the peaceful surroundings. Ennui. A feeling of ennui washed over him during the long summer days. Enter. She knocked on the door and waited to be invited to enter. Entry. The entry to the building was guarded by security. Épées. The fencers used épées in their match. Equal. They worked together as equal partners on the project. Equip. They had to equip the team with the necessary tools. Erase. She used an eraser to erase the pencil marks. Erred. He erred in his calculations and had to start over. Error. The program crashed due to an unexpected error. Erupt. The volcano was expected to erupt at any moment. Essay. He wrote an essay on the effects of climate change. Estate. The family owned a large estate in the countryside. Ethics. The course covered various topics in ethics and morality. Ethos. The company prides itself on its ethos of sustainability. Etons. The boys at the school wore traditional etons. Evade. He tried to evade the question during the interview. Evenly. The distribution was evenly split among the participants. Event. The event was a huge success, drawing a large crowd. Every student was required to submit their assignment on time. Evict. The landlord had to evict the tenants for non-payment of rent. Evoke. The painting was meant to evoke strong emotions in the viewer. Exact. She demanded an exact count of the inventory. Exalt. The community began to exalt the leader for his achievements. Exceed. The final score did not exceed our expectations. Excel. She continues to excel in her studies year after year. Exert. The athlete had to exert all his energy to win the race. Exile. The king was forced to live in exile after losing the throne. Exist. Some question whether life could exist on other planets. Exits. The theater had multiple exits in case of an emergency. Fable. The children loved hearing the old fable about the fox and the grapes. Faded. The colors on the old painting had faded over time. Fades. The sunset fades into twilight as the day ends. Fails. If the plan fails, we'll need to come up with a new one. Faint. She felt faint and had to sit down to avoid falling. Fairs. The town hosts several fairs throughout the year. Fairy. The fairy granted 3 wishes to the young child. Faith. He had faith that everything would turn out well in the end. Faked. He faked a smile to hide his disappointment. Fakes. The market was filled with fakes and counterfeit goods. Falls. The autumn leaves fall gently to the ground. Famed. The artist was famed for his unique style of painting. Fangs. The snake revealed its sharp fangs before striking. Fancy. She wore a fancy dress to the gala. Fared. They fared well on their journey despite the challenges. Fares. The bus fares were increased due to rising fuel costs. Farms. The region is known for its many dairy farms. Farth. The explorer traveled to the farth edges of the known world. Fatal. The accident proved to be fatal for those involved. Fated. It seemed he was fated to walk this lonely path. Fates. The fates had something unexpected in store for her. Fault. It was his fault that the plan failed. Fears. Her fears kept her awake at night. Feast. They prepared a grand feast for the holiday celebration. Feats. His feats of strength were legendary in the village. Feeds. The farmer feeds the chickens every morning. Feels. She feels a deep connection to the old house. Feign. He would feign illness to avoid going to school. Feint. The boxer used a feint to throw off his opponent. Fells. The lumberjack fells the trees with precision. Felix. Felix couldn't believe his luck when he won the prize. Felon. The felon was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Fence. The garden is surrounded by a white picket fence. Feral. The feral cat roamed the streets at night. Ferry. They took a ferry across the river to reach the island. Fetch. The dog was trained to fetch the newspaper. Fetid. The fetid smell from the garbage was unbearable. Fever. He was bedridden with a high fever. Fewer people attended the event than expected. Fiber. A diet rich in fiber is essential for good health. Fiefs. The medieval lords controlled vast fiefs across the kingdom. Field. The farmer worked tirelessly in the cornfield. Fiend. The villain in the story was portrayed as a fiend. Fierce. The fierce storm caused widespread damage. Fifth. She finished fifth in the marathon. 50. The company celebrated its 50-year anniversary. Fight. They had to fight against overwhelming odds to survive. Gable. The house had a steeply pitched gable roof. Gauged. The metal was gauged to ensure it was of the correct thickness. Gauges. The mechanic checked the gauges to ensure the engine was functioning properly. Gains. Her hard work led to significant gains in her career. Galas. They attended several high-profile galas that year. Gamed. They gamed all night, trying to beat the final level. Games. The Olympic Games attract athletes from all over the world. Gamma. The gamma rays emitted by the star were extremely powerful. Gangs. The city struggled with the rising influence of street gangs. Gaped. The crowd gaped in awe at the acrobat's performance. Gapes. He gapes at the sight of the majestic mountains. Garbs. The actors wore traditional garbs for the play. Gated. They lived in a gated community for added security. Gates. The gates to the castle were heavily fortified. Gator. A gator was spotted near the edge of the swamp. Gavel. The judge struck the gavel to signal the start of the trial. Gears. The machine's gears needed regular lubrication. Geese. A flock of geese flew over the lake. Genes. His athletic abilities were inherited from his parents' genes. Genie. The story was about a genie who granted 3 wishes. Genus. The plant belongs to a rare genus found in tropical regions. Germs. Washing your hands helps prevent the spread of germs. Ghost. They claimed to have seen a ghost in the old mansion. Ghoul. The ghoul haunted the graveyard at night. Giant. The giant towered over the village, casting a long shadow. Gifts. They exchanged gifts during the holiday season. Gills. Fish use gills to breathe underwater. Girds. The blacksmith girds the warrior with a sturdy belt. Girly. She decorated her room in a girly style with pink and flowers. Given. He was given a second chance to prove himself. Glade. They rested in a peaceful glade, surrounded by trees. Glass. The glass shattered when it hit the floor. Gleam. The gold coin had a bright gleam in the sunlight. Glide. The bird seemed to glide effortlessly through the sky. Glint. A glint of light caught his eye from across the room. Gloat. He couldn't resist the urge to gloat after winning the game. Globe. The explorers traveled around the globe in search of new lands. Gloms. He gloms onto every opportunity that comes his way. Gloss. The car's paint had a beautiful gloss after it was polished. Glove. She wore a single black glove as part of her costume. Glued. The children were glued to the television, watching their favorite show. Glues. He glues the pieces together carefully to complete the model. Gnarl. The tree's roots began to gnarl around the large rock. Gnash. The wolves gnash their teeth as they growl. Gnats. A swarm of gnats buzzed around the picnic table. Habit. She had a habit of waking up early every morning. Hades. According to mythology, Hades is the god of the underworld. Haiku. She wrote a beautiful haiku about the cherry blossoms. Hails. The crowd hails the hero as he returns from battle. Harry. The spider was large and hairy, scaring everyone in the room. Halls. The halls of the castle echoed with the sound of footsteps. Hands. He has skilled hands that can craft anything from wood. Handy. A pocket knife can be handy in many situations. Harry. Harry couldn't believe his luck when he found the lost treasure. Hasty. His hasty decision led to unforeseen consequences. Hatch. The chick struggled to hatch from its egg. Hated. He hated being late for important meetings. Hater. The internet is full of haters who spread negativity. Hates. She hates waking up early on weekends. Haunt. The memories of that night still haunt him. Haves. The divide between the haves and the have-nots was evident. Havoc. The storm wreaked havoc across the entire region. Hazard. The icy roads were a serious hazard for drivers. Hazel. She had striking hazel eyes that everyone noticed. Heaps. There were heaps of books stacked in the corner of the room. Heard. I heard a strange noise coming from the attic. Heart. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him. Heave. They had to heave the heavy box up the stairs. Heavy. The suitcase was too heavy for her to carry alone. Hedge. They planted a hedge to create some privacy in the garden. Heirs. The heirs to the fortune were eager to claim their inheritance. Helen. Helen was known for her beauty and intelligence. Helix. The DNA helix is a structure fundamental to life. Hello. She greeted everyone with a cheerful hello. Helps. He always helps others when they're in need. Hence. Hence, it was decided that the project would be delayed. Herbs. She grows fresh herbs in her kitchen garden. Herds. The herds of cattle grazed peacefully in the field. Hides. The hunter carefully hides behind the trees. Hills. The hills were covered in a blanket of green. Herds. The shepherd carefully guided the herds of sheep down the mountain. Hides. The hunter tanned the animal hides to make leather. Hills. The rolling hills were covered in a blanket of green grass. Hinge. The door creaked loudly on its rusty hinge. Hints. She gave subtle hints about what she wanted for her birthday. Hippo. The hippo basked lazily in the sun near the riverbank. Hires. The company hires new employees every spring to prepare for the busy season. Hitch. We encountered a minor hitch in our travel plans but resolved it quickly. Hoard. He had a hoard of ancient coins hidden in his basement. Hoary. The old man's hoary beard made him look wise and venerable. Hobby. Her favorite hobby is painting landscapes in her free time. Holds. He holds the record for the fastest mile run in his school. Holes. The cheese was full of tiny holes, typical of Swiss varieties. Holos. The futuristic museum displayed impressive holograms, or holos, of extinct animals. Homes. Many people are searching for homes in quiet, suburban neighborhoods. Ideal. The sunny weather was ideal for a day at the beach. Ideas. She came up with innovative ideas for the company's new marketing campaign. Idiot. He felt like an idiot for forgetting his friend's birthday. Idles. The car idles quietly at the stoplight, waiting for the signal to turn green. Icing. She carefully spread icing over the cake, making sure it was even. Icons. The desktop was cluttered with icons representing various software applications. Idled. The machine idled for several minutes before shutting down completely. Index. She used the index at the back of the book to find the chapter she needed. Indie. The indie film received critical acclaim at the local film festival. Inert. The gas is chemically inert and does not react with other substances. Infer. From the tone of his voice, she could infer that he was upset. Infos. The brochure provided all the necessary infos about the upcoming event. Inked. She inked the final draft of her drawing, giving it bold lines. Inlay. The wooden table had a beautiful inlay of mother of pearl. Inner. She explored her inner thoughts through meditation. Input. The teacher encouraged student input during the class discussion. Inset. The map had an inset showing a close-up of the downtown area. Intel. The spy gathered crucial intel on the enemy's movements. Inter. They decided to inter the time capsule in the schoolyard for future students to discover. Intro. The speaker gave a brief intro before starting the main presentation. Irate. The customer became irate when his complaint was ignored. Irony. The irony of the situation was that the fire station caught on fire. Issue. The magazine's latest issue featured an article on climate change. Ivory. The intricate carving was made from ivory, showcasing the artisan's skill. Jaded. After years of working in the industry, he became jaded and lost his enthusiasm. Jades. The collection included several beautiful jades, each with a unique color and pattern. Jails. The old jails were transformed into museums, preserving their history. Japes. His constant japes and jokes made him the life of the party. Jeans. She slipped into her favorite pair of jeans before heading out. Jello. The kids loved the wobbly Jello dessert served at the party. Jelly. She spread jelly on her toast for a sweet breakfast treat. Jerks. The sudden jerks of the car made everyone feel uneasy. Jewel. The queen wore a stunning jewel-encrusted crown during the ceremony. Jibes. His harsh jibes at his friend's expense were not well received. Jiffy. I'll be back in a jiffy, just need to grab my keys. Jilts. He was heartbroken when she jilts him just before the wedding. Jinx. The kids enjoyed some harmless jinx during the sleepover. Joint. They signed a joint agreement to work together on the project. Joins. She joins the club every Thursday for a knitting session. Joker. The Joker in the deck is often used as a wild card in games. Jokes. He told a series of hilarious jokes that had everyone in stitches. Jolly. The jolly man dressed as Santa Claus brought smiles to all the children. Joust. The knights prepared to joust in the medieval tournament. Judge. The judge carefully considered all the evidence before making a decision. Juice. She poured a glass of orange juice to go with her breakfast. Juicy. The juicy steak was cooked to perfection and full of flavor. Jumps. The athlete jumps over the hurdles with remarkable ease. Jumpy. The sudden noise made him jumpy and anxious. Junta. The military junta took control of the government after the coup. Karate. He earned a black belt in karate after years of dedicated practice. Karma. She believed that good karma would come her way if she helped others. Kayak. They paddled the kayak down the calm river, enjoying the serene environment. Kebab. We grilled the kebab over an open flame, savoring the smoky flavor. Keggy. The keggy barrel was full of beer for the party. Kicks. He put on his new kicks before heading out for a run. Kids. The little kids played happily in the park, laughing and shouting. Kills. The hunter kills his prey swiftly, minimizing its suffering. Kinda. I'm kinda hungry, let's grab a snack. Kinks. We worked out the kinks in the plan before moving forward. Kiosk. She bought a newspaper from the kiosk on the street corner. Kithe. The old stories guide the customs and values of the past. Kitty. The small, fluffy kitty curled up on the windowsill to nap. Knave. The knave in the story was a clever but deceitful character. Knees. He dropped to his knees in exhaustion after the marathon. Knife. She carefully used the knife to slice the vegetables. Knits. She knits a warm scarf every winter for her family. Knobs. The shiny brass knobs on the dresser added a touch of elegance. Knock. There was a soft knock on the door before it slowly opened. Knots. The sailor expertly tied knots to secure the boat to the dock. Knurl. The knurl on the handle provided a better grip. Kooky. Her kooky sense of humor always made her friends laugh. Korma. The creamy korma was full of rich, aromatic spices. Crazy. The crazy antics of the clown had everyone in fits of laughter. Krill. The whale feeds primarily on krill, tiny shrimp-like creatures. Label. She carefully placed a label on each jar to identify the contents. Labia. The anatomy textbook included a detailed diagram of the labia. Laced. The shoes were tightly laced to ensure a snug fit. Laces. The laces on his sneakers kept coming undone during the race. Lax. The soup lacks flavor, so I'll add some more seasoning. Lades. The cargo ship lades its holds with goods for export. Laird. The laird of the estate welcomed his guests with a grand feast. Lanes. The city's bike lanes make it safer for cyclists to navigate traffic. Lapis. The artisan carved a beautiful piece of lapis lazuli into a pendant. Large. The large oak tree in the backyard provides ample shade in the summer. Larva. The caterpillar will transform from a larva into a butterfly. Latch. He secured the door with a latch to keep it closed. Later. We can discuss the details later when we have more time. Latte. She ordered a vanilla latte with extra foam at the coffee shop. Leaky. The leaky faucet in the kitchen wasted a lot of water. Leapt. The cat leapt gracefully from the windowsill to the floor. Learn. She is eager to learn new languages while traveling abroad. Leash. The dog pulled on its leash, eager to chase the squirrel. Leeks. She added chopped leeks to the soup for extra flavor. Leery. She was leery of the salesman's promises, suspecting a scam. Maize. The farmer harvested maize from the fields in late summer. Major. His major in college was biology, with a focus on marine life. Maker. The watchmaker carefully adjusted the tiny gears of the clock. Manic. His manic energy kept the team motivated during the long project. March. The soldiers began their march at dawn, moving in perfect unison. Marry. They decided to marry in a small, private ceremony. Match. She struck a match to light the candles on the table. Mates. The sailors were all mates, having shared many voyages together. Maybe. Maybe we can go to the beach this weekend if the weather is nice. Meant. She meant to call him but got busy and forgot. Medal. He proudly wore the medal he won in the marathon. Meets. The committee meets every Monday to discuss the project. Mellow. The wine had a mellow flavor that was smooth and enjoyable. Melon. She sliced the melon into wedges for the picnic. Merge. The two companies decided to merge to increase their market share. Merit. Her hard work and dedication earned her a merit award. Merry. The children were merry as they played games at the party. Metal. The sculpture was made of shining metal, reflecting the sunlight. Metro. The metro system in the city is efficient and easy to use. Midge. A small midge buzzed around the pond in the late afternoon. Midas. The Midas touch in the story turned everything into gold. Mighty. The mighty river carved a deep canyon through the mountains. Mics. The band tested the mics before the concert began. Mirth. The room was filled with mirth as everyone laughed at the joke. Nacre. The jeweler admired the iridescent nacre of the pearl. Naked. The baby was naked after his bath, wrapped only in a towel. Named. The newly discovered species was named after the scientist. Names. She listed all the names of the attendees for the event. Nanny. The nanny took care of the children while their parents were at work. Nappy. The baby's nappy needed changing after his nap. Nasty. The nasty weather ruined our plans for a picnic. Natty. He wore a natty suit that made him look very stylish. Navel. She had a small tattoo near her navel. Nears. The deadline nears, and there is still much work to be done. Needy. The charity provided food and clothing to needy families. Negs. The fictional world was full of negs, colorful eggs that held surprises. Nerve. She finally found the nerve to ask for a raise. Neum. The ancient manuscript was decorated with a neum, an early form of musical notation. Nexus. The library serves as a nexus for students and researchers from all disciplines. Niche. He found his niche in the company as a creative problem solver. Neva. Neva is a word used in certain languages, meaning it snows. Night. The night was calm, with only the sound of crickets in the background. Nines. She was dressed to the nines for the gala event. Ninth. He finished in 9th place in the race, just missing the top 8. Nippy. The nippy autumn air made her pull her coat tighter. Noisy. The noisy traffic outside made it hard to concentrate. Nomad. The nomad traveled from place to place, never settling in one location. Nomen. In ancient Rome, a nomen was an important part of a person's name, indicating their clan. Nosed. The car nosed into the tight parking space with great care. Oasis. The travelers were relieved to find an oasis in the middle of the desert. Oaths. The soldiers took their oaths of allegiance with solemn expressions. Oiled. He oiled the hinges to stop them from squeaking. Onset. The onset of winter brought colder temperatures and shorter days. Opera. She enjoyed listening to a live opera performance at the theater. Optic. The optic nerve transmits visual information from the eye to the brain. Order. He placed an order for the new book online. Organ. The church organ filled the hall with deep, resonant music. Oriole. The oriole window projected from the upper floor, offering a view of the garden. Orion. Orion is one of the most recognizable constellations in the night sky. Other. She decided to wear the other dress, as it was more comfortable. Outer. The outer walls of the castle were made of solid stone. Ovary. The doctor explained how the ovary releases eggs during the reproductive cycle. Ovens. The bakery had several ovens working to meet the holiday demand. Overt. His overt hostility made everyone uncomfortable. Oxide. The metal was coated with a layer of oxide to prevent rusting. Owner. The owner of the restaurant greeted every guest personally. Ozone. The ozone layer protects the Earth from harmful ultraviolet rays. Otter. The playful otter swam gracefully through the water. Obese. The doctor advised the patient on how to manage obesity through diet and exercise. Orbit. The satellite was launched into orbit around the Earth. Paddy. The paddy fields stretched out as far as the eye could see. Paint. She chose a soft blue paint for the walls of her bedroom. Paper. He wrote his term paper on the impact of climate change on polar bears. Party. They threw a surprise party for her 30th birthday. Paste. She used paste to stick the photos into the album. Patch. He sewed a patch over the hole in his jeans. Peach. The ripe peach was juicy and sweet. Peaky. He looked a bit peaky, so I asked if he was feeling okay. Peels. The peals of laughter echoed through the room. Peas. Peas porridge is an old dish made from boiled peas. Pedal. He pushed down hard on the pedal to speed up the bike. Pedace. The Latin word pedace refers to feet, often used in reference to infantry in historical texts. Peeps. She took quick peeps through the window to see if he had arrived. Pencil. She sketched the outline with a pencil before adding color. Pests. The garden was infested with pests that were eating the plants. Petal. A single petal fell from the flower as it wilted. Phage. A bacteriophage, or phage, is a virus that infects and replicates within bacteria. Phase. The project is currently in its second phase of development. Photo. He captured a beautiful photo of the sunset on the beach. Piece. She found the missing puzzle piece under the couch. Pilot. The pilot skillfully landed the plane despite the rough weather. Pinch. He gave her a gentle pinch on the arm as a joke. Piped. The icing was piped onto the cake in intricate patterns. Plates. She set the table with plates, glasses, and silverware for dinner. Quack. The duck let out a loud quack as it waddled across the pond. Quail. The hunter spotted a quail hiding in the tall grass. Quake. The earthquake caused the ground to quake violently. Quark. A quark is a fundamental particle in physics, forming protons and neutrons. Quart. She bought a quart of milk from the store for baking. Quasi. The theory is quasi-scientific, blending facts with speculative ideas. Queen. The queen waved to the crowd from her balcony. Query. She sent a query to customer support to resolve her issue. Quest. The knight embarked on a quest to find the lost treasure. Queue. They waited in a long queue to enter the concert. Quiet. The library was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Quill. The writer dipped his quill into the ink and began to write. Quint. The quint played a harmonious tune on their instruments. Quirk. One of his quirks is always wearing mismatched socks. Quite. She was quite pleased with her performance in the play. Quilt. The handmade quilt was passed down through generations. Quota. The team met their sales quota for the month. Quote. She included a famous quote in her speech to inspire the audience. Quoth. Quoth the raven, nevermore, is a famous line from Edgar Allan Poe's poem. Coin. The coin at the corner of the building added to its architectural beauty. Qualm. He had a qualm about lying to his friend. Quartz. The countertop was made of durable quartz. Queer. The movie had a queer, unsettling atmosphere. Rabid. The rabid dog was captured and taken to the Animal Control Center. Racy. The racy novel was filled with thrilling, fast-paced action. Racks. The gym had several racks of free weights for training. Radix. The radix of a number system is its base, for example, the radix of the decimal system is 10. Rages. The storm rages on, showing no sign of calming. Rails. The train tracks were made of sturdy steel rails. Rains. Heavy rains flooded the streets, causing traffic delays. Raise. He worked hard to earn a raise at his job. Range. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. Rapid. The rapid flow of the river made it dangerous for swimming. Rated. The movie was rated highly by critics for its storytelling. Rates. The interest rates on loans have increased this year. Ratio. The ratio of students to teachers in the school is 10 to 1. Raved. She raved about the new restaurant, calling it the best in town. Ravel. The threads began to ravel, causing the fabric to come apart. Raven. The raven perched on the branch, cawing ominously. Razor. He used a sharp razor to shave his beard. Reach. She tried to reach the book on the top shelf but couldn't. React. How you react to challenges often defines your character. Ready. She was ready to start her new job on Monday. Reaps. He reaps the benefits of his hard work and dedication. Recto. The recto side of the manuscript was covered in elaborate illustrations. Sabot. The wooden sabot was traditionally used by workers in Europe. Sacred. The temple is a sacred place for those who worship there. Sadie. Sadie is always cheerful and brightens everyone's day. Sails. The boat's sails caught the wind and it glided smoothly across the water. Saint. She was named after a saint who was known for her kindness. Salad. I made a fresh salad with lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Salem. The city of Salem is famous for its historical witch trials. Salsa. The spicy salsa added a kick to the tacos. Sassy. Her sassy remarks always make people laugh. Satin. The satin dress shimmered under the lights. Sauté. I like to sauté my vegetables with garlic and olive oil. Savvy. He is very savvy when it comes to managing his finances. Scamp. The little scamp stole a cookie from the jar and ran off giggling. Scale. The scale of the mountain was impressive, towering above everything else. Scant. The recipe called for a scant teaspoon of salt. Scarf. She wrapped a warm scarf around her neck to protect against the cold. Scene. The final scene of the movie was both emotional and memorable. Scorn. She looked at him with scorn after he betrayed her trust. Score. The score of the game was tied with only minutes left to play. Scout. The scout searched the forest for signs of the missing group. Scram. The children were told to scram when they got too close to the construction site. Skull. The rower moved the boat forward with strong, even strokes of the skull. Serum. The doctor administered a serum to boost the patient's immune system. Shady. They found a shady spot under a tree to have their picnic. Shape. The shape of the clouds reminded her of animals. Table. The table was set with fine china and silverware. Taboo. Discussing politics at the dinner table was considered taboo in their family. Tacky. The glue was still tacky, so she waited before handling the project. Taffy. The taffy was sweet and chewy, a favorite treat at the fair. Taint. The scandal was enough to taint his previously spotless reputation. Tally. The final tally showed that the candidate had won by a narrow margin. Tamed. The wild horse was tamed after months of training. Tames. He tames his hair with a bit of gel each morning. Tango. They danced a passionate tango that captivated the audience. Tardy. She was marked tardy for arriving late to class. Tasty. The pie was so tasty that she asked for the recipe. Taxis. The city streets were filled with yellow taxis during rush hour. Teach. She loves to teach young children and inspire a love of learning. Tears. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the emotional movie. Tempe. Tempe is known for its vibrant arts scene and outdoor activities. Tenor. The tenor of his voice was deep and resonant. Terex. The Terex truck was massive, built for heavy-duty construction work. Test. The test is an important legal term in historical documents. Texts. She sent several texts to her friends to arrange the meeting. Thank. I want to thank you for all the help you've given me. Thaws. The ice thaws slowly in the warm spring sun. Theft. The police investigated the theft of the valuable painting. Udders. The cow's udders were full, ready for milking. Ultra. The ultra-modern design of the building was impressive. Unarm. The soldiers were ordered to unarm after the ceasefire. Under. The cat hid under the bed during the thunderstorm. Undue. He was under undue pressure to finish the project ahead of schedule. Union. The workers joined a union to advocate for better wages. Unite. The goal was to unite the community around a common cause. Unity. The team's unity was key to their success. Uncomb. His unkempt appearance suggested he hadn't slept in days. Unwed. The unwed mother faced many challenges but remained strong. Unzip. He had to unzip his jacket when he entered the warm room. Upset. She was upset when she found out her favorite show was cancelled. Urban. The urban landscape was a mix of towering skyscrapers and small parks. Urges. He had strong urges to pursue his dreams despite the risks. Usual. It was her usual habit to have a cup of tea before bed. Usage. The correct usage of the word was explained by the teacher. Users. The app had millions of active users around the world. Uteri. The doctor explained the function of the uteri in female mammals. Uveal. The uveal tract of the eye is responsible for much of its blood supply. Unbox. She couldn't wait to unbox her new phone and start using it. Uncut. The film was shown in its uncut version, including scenes that were previously censored. Undid. He undid the knot carefully to avoid damaging the rope. Unfix. The mechanic had to unfix the part before replacing it. Unfit. His behavior was deemed unfit for a leader. Vague. Her explanation was so vague that no one understood what she meant. Vamps. The old movie featured glamorous vamps who were both alluring and dangerous. Vens. The machine vends snacks and drinks for the convenience of the workers. Venus. Venus is the second planet from the Sun and is often visible in the evening sky. Vices. He worked hard to overcome his vices and lead a healthier life. Video. She recorded a video of the concert to share with her friends. Views. The views from the top of the mountain were breathtaking. Vigor. He attacked the project with vigor, determined to succeed. Vinyl. The DJ played a mix of old vinyl records at the party. Virus. The virus spread quickly, causing concern among health officials. Visits. He visits his grandmother every Sunday for lunch. Voice. Her voice was soft and soothing, perfect for reading bedtime stories. Voids. The contract voids if either party fails to meet the terms. Voile. She chose a dress made of voile for the summer wedding. Volts. The battery produced 12 volts of electricity. Vogue. The style was in vogue last season but is now considered outdated. Volar. The volar aspect of the hand refers to the palm. Vomit. He felt sick and had to rush to the bathroom to vomit. Vouch. I can vouch for his character, he's always been honest. Vowel. The vowel sounds in the word were elongated for emphasis. Vroom. The car went vroom as it sped down the highway. Vying. Several candidates were vying for the position of team leader. Vital. It's vital that we address this issue immediately. Vulva. The vulva is a structure found at the base of some mushrooms. Versa. The machine can convert energy into work, and vice versa. Wages. The workers were pleased with the increase in their wages. Wagon. The wagon was filled with hay bales for the harvest festival. Waked. He waked early to watch the sunrise. Wally. Wally is always the life of the party, with his jokes and laughter. Walks. She walks her dog every evening around the neighborhood. Walls. The walls of the old house were thick and soundproof. Wants. He wants to travel the world and experience different cultures. Warms. The fireplace warms the living room on cold winter nights. Warns. The sign warns drivers of the sharp curve ahead. Waste. The company aims to reduce waste by recycling more materials. Water. The plant needs water every day to stay healthy. Waver. She began to waver in her decision, unsure if it was the right choice. Weary. After the long hike, they were weary but satisfied. Weeds. The garden was overrun with weeds after a week of neglect. Weeks. It took several weeks to complete the renovations. Weigh. You should weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Weird. The weird noise in the attic turned out to be a squirrel. Welts. The allergic reaction caused red welts on his skin. Wench. In historical dramas, the term wench is often used to describe a young woman of low status. Where? Where did you put the keys? I can't find them. Whiff. She caught a whiff of freshly baked bread as she walked past the bakery. Whole. He ate the whole pizza by himself. Xenia. Xenia is the ancient Greek concept of hospitality. Xenon. Xenon is a noble gas used in certain types of lighting. Xeric. Xeric environments are characterized by very low water availability. Xerox. She made a Xerox copy of the document for her records. Xylene. Xylene is an important organic compound used in the chemical industry. Xylene. Xylene is a term used in botany to refer to wood. Xylose. Xylose is a sugar derived from wood or straw. Yanks. The sailors yanked the ropes to raise the sails. Yards. The children played in the yards of the neighborhood. Yeast. Yeast is used in baking to make bread rise. Yells. He yells at the TV when his favorite team is losing. Yearn. She began to yearn for the comfort of her own home. Yelps. The dog yelps in pain when it steps on something sharp. Yield. The farmer was pleased with the high yield of his crops this season. Yodel. The singer began to yodel, a traditional form of Swiss singing. Yokes. The oxen were hitched together with wooden yokes to plow the field. Zebra. The zebra's stripes are unique to each individual, like fingerprints. Zings. The zings of the guitar strings added energy to the song. Zoned. The area was zoned for residential development. Zones. The city was divided into several zones for different purposes. Zesty. The zesty flavor of the lemon added a refreshing kick to the dish. Zeros. The scores for the test had several zeros, indicating a tough exam. Zonal. The zonal distribution of plants varies with altitude. Zappy. The music had a zappy, upbeat tempo that made everyone want to dance. Zincs. The diet was supplemented with zincs to promote health. Zippy. The car had a zippy acceleration, making it fun to drive. Zodiac. She checked her zodiac sign for a daily horoscope. Zoans. Zoans are mythical creatures in the ancient legend she was reading. Zumba. She attends a Zumba class every week to stay fit. Zygote. The zygote is the initial cell formed when two gamete cells are joined. Ziggy. Ziggy played guitar in the band, adding a unique flair to their music. Abated. The storm finally abated, leaving the town in peace. Abduct. The kidnapper planned to abduct the child but was caught by the police. Abject. He lived in abject poverty, struggling to make ends meet. Abloom. The garden was abloom with vibrant flowers in the spring. Abodes. The cottages served as temporary abodes for the tourists. Absent. She was absent from the meeting due to illness. Accent. His strong British accent was hard to miss. Accept. He decided to accept the job offer after much consideration. Access. You need a keycard to gain access to the building. Accord. The two countries signed a peace accord after years of conflict. Accuse. She didn't want to accuse him without having enough proof. No. He gave a slight nod to acknowledge her presence. Action. The director called for action, and the filming began. Actual. His actual age was much younger than he looked. Addict. He became a coffee addict after years of late-night work. Adduce. The lawyer planned to adduce new evidence in the case. Adhere. You must adhere to the company's policies at all times. Adjust. She had to adjust the chair to sit comfortably. Admire. I greatly admire her dedication to helping others. Adopts. The family adopts a stray dog every year from the shelter. Adored. The little girl adored her new puppy, carrying it everywhere. Adrift. The boat was adrift in the ocean for days without power. Advent. The advent of technology has transformed communication. Advise. The teacher will advise the students on their career paths. Affect. The news of the accident didn't seem to affect him much. Affine. The professor worked to affine the theory into a more elegant form. Affirm. She stood up to affirm her support for the new policy. Afford. They can't afford to buy a new car right now. Agency. She works at a marketing agency in the city. Agenda. The main issue on today's agenda is climate change. Aggrave. His rude remarks only served to aggravate the situation. Agreed. They all agreed to meet at the cafe later that evening. Aisles. She walked through the aisles, searching for the right book. Alarms. The fire alarms went off, causing everyone to evacuate the building. Albums. He collects vintage vinyl albums from the 1960s. Allege. The witness alleged that she saw the suspect at the crime scene. Allude. During the speech, she alluded to a difficult period in her life. Allure. The allure of the city's nightlife attracted many tourists. Almost. He was almost late for his flight but made it just in time. Amidst. Amidst the chaos, she found a moment of calm. Anchor. The ship dropped its anchor and settled in the harbor. Anemia. He was diagnosed with anemia and prescribed iron supplements. Angled. The camera was angled to capture the entire scene perfectly. Angler. The angler patiently waited for the fish to bite. Animal. The animal shelter is looking for volunteers this weekend. Annals. Their discovery was recorded in the annals of history. Annuls. The court annuls the contract due to a legal violation. Anodes. The technician replaced the anodes in the battery. Anodic. The anodic reaction was essential for the battery's function. Answer. He didn't know the answer to the question on the exam. Antics. The clown's antics entertained the children for hours. Aplomb. She handled the difficult situation with aplomb. Appeal. The charity launched an appeal for donations to help flood victims. Appear. He didn't appear nervous, though he was facing a large crowd. Arched. The cat's back arched as it prepared to pounce. Ardent. She is an ardent supporter of environmental causes. Arouse. The smell of fresh coffee was enough to arouse his curiosity. Arrest. The police were able to arrest the suspect after a lengthy chase. Arrows. The hunter's arrows flew straight towards the target. Artist. The artist painted a stunning landscape of the mountains. Ascend. They began to ascend the steep mountain trail at sunrise. Asleep. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Aspire. He aspires to become a successful entrepreneur one day. Assume. She didn't want to assume anything without more information. Assure. He tried to assure his friend that everything would be okay. Asthma. His asthma was triggered by the pollen in the air. Asylum. They sought asylum in a nearby country after fleeing the war. Attack. The city was under attack during the early hours of the morning. Attend. She plans to attend the conference next week. Attest. The witnesses attest to seeing the suspect at the scene. Attics. Old family photos were found hidden in the attics of the house. August. The weather in August is typically hot and humid. Author. The author of the book will be signing copies at the event. Babble. The baby's soft babble filled the room with joy. Backed. She backed up her claim with solid evidence. Badges. The scouts wore badges they had earned from various activities. Baggie. She packed her snacks in a small baggie for the trip. Bailor. The bailor entrusted his valuable possessions to the bank for safekeeping. Baking. She spent the afternoon baking cookies for the school bake sale. Ballad. The singer performed a beautiful ballad at the concert. Ballet. They attended a ballet performance at the Opera House. Ballot. The ballot was cast to determine the new council leader. Banana. She sliced a banana into her cereal for breakfast. Bandit. The bandit escaped into the forest with the stolen jewels. Banish. The king decided to banish the traitor from the kingdom. Banter. Their friendly banter made the long journey more enjoyable. Barely. He barely managed to finish the project on time. Barged. He barged into the room without knocking, startling everyone. Barked. The dog barked loudly at the approaching stranger. Basket. She carried a basket filled with fresh vegetables from the garden. Basset. The basset hound had droopy ears and a sad expression. Battered. The old house was battered by years of harsh weather. Beacon. The lighthouse served as a beacon of hope for lost sailors. Beaker. The scientist carefully measured the liquid in the beaker. Beamed. She beamed with pride after receiving the award. Beauty. The beauty of the sunset took their breath away. Become. She hopes to become a doctor after finishing her studies. Before. Make sure to review the document before submitting it. Behave. The teacher asked the children to behave during the field trip. Behold. Behold, the majestic view of the mountains at sunrise. Believe. His belief in justice kept him going through difficult times. Bellow. The lion let out a loud bellow that echoed through the jungle. Bemoan. She continued to bemoan the loss of her favorite necklace. Bender. After a weekend bender, he decided it was time to take a break from partying. Benign. The doctor assured her that the tumor was benign and not life-threatening. Berets. The soldiers wore red berets as part of their uniform. Beside. She sat beside her friend during the entire movie. Better. He felt much better after getting some rest and drinking plenty of water. Biases. The professor made sure to explain the biases that might affect the study's results. Biding. She was biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to speak. Bilked. The scammer bilked several people out of their life savings. Billed. The company billed its clients at the end of every month. Bishop. The bishop led the ceremony with great solemnity. Bitten. He was bitten by a stray dog while walking through the park. Blasts. The loud blasts from the fireworks startled everyone at the festival. Blazes. The wildfire's blazes spread rapidly through the forest. Bleach. She used bleach to clean the stained shirt. Blends. The artist blends different colors to create a unique painting. Blight. The agricultural blight caused a severe drop in crop production. Blinks. He blinks rapidly when he's nervous. Blouse. She wore a white blouse to the interview. Blower. He used a leaf blower to clear the driveway. Boasts. The city boasts some of the best restaurants in the country. Boiled. She boiled water to make tea for her guests. Bombed. The city was bombed during the war, leaving many buildings in ruins. Boosts. Exercise boosts energy levels and improves mood. Boring. The lecture was so boring that several students fell asleep. Bottle. He opened a bottle of wine to celebrate the occasion. Bottom. They finally reached the bottom of the hill after a long hike. Bovine. The farm had a large bovine population, primarily cows and oxen. Boxers. He put on his boxers before going to bed. Braced. She braced herself for the impact as the car skidded on the icy road. Braces. The teenager wore braces to straighten her teeth. Brakes. He slammed on the brakes to avoid hitting the deer. Branch. The branch of the tree swayed in the wind. Braved. They braved the storm to deliver supplies to the stranded hikers. Breach. The company suffered a major data breach last year. Breath. She took a deep breath before stepping onto the stage. Bridge. The bridge connects the two towns across the river. Bright. The bright sun shone down on the open field. Brings. She always brings snacks to the meeting for everyone to share. Broken. The broken window let in a chilly draft. Browse. She likes to browse through the bookstore on her lunch break. Bruise. He got a nasty bruise after bumping into the coffee table. Brutal. The winter storm was brutal, leaving several feet of snow in its wake. Bubble. The child giggled as he chased the bubble across the yard. Budded. The trees budded early this spring due to the warm weather. Budget. They created a budget to manage their monthly expenses more effectively. Buffed. He buffed the floor until it gleamed. Bulged. His pockets bulged with the candy he'd sneaked from the store. Bungee. She went bungee jumping for the first time while on vacation. Bungle. He managed to bungle the simple task of sending the email. Bunker. They hid in the bunker during the air raid. Burden. The financial burden of the repairs was too much for the family. Buried. The treasure was buried deep beneath the sand. Burned. He accidentally burned the toast while preparing breakfast. Bursar. The bursar handled all the financial transactions at the university. Bursts. The balloon bursts with a loud pop when it touched the sharp corner. Busily. She was busily typing away on her computer to meet the deadline. Busted. The police busted the illegal operation after months of investigation. Butter. He spread butter on his toast before adding jam. Button. She quickly sewed the button back onto her coat. Buzzed. The phone buzzed, alerting her to a new message. Buzzer. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. Buzzes. The fly buzzes around the room, annoying everyone. Cackle. The witch let out a loud cackle that echoed through the forest. Cactus. The desert landscape was dotted with cactus plants. Cancel. They decided to cancel the event due to bad weather. Cancer. Her grandmother is battling cancer, but she remains hopeful. Candid. He appreciated her candid advice, even though it was tough to hear. Candle. She lit a candle to create a warm, cozy atmosphere in the room. Canned. The factory produced canned goods for distribution across the country. Capped. The mountain was capped with snow even in the summer months. Career. He decided to pursue a career in law after graduating from college. Casket. The family gathered around the casket to say their final goodbyes. Castle. The ancient castle stood proudly on top of the hill. Catchy. The new song was so catchy, it stayed stuck in her head all day. Cattle. The rancher herded the cattle into the barn before the storm hit. Caught. He was caught stealing from the store and quickly arrested. Caviar. She tasted caviar for the first time at the fancy dinner party. Caving. They went caving in the mountains over the weekend. Cavity. The dentist found a small cavity in one of her molars. Celery. She chopped some celery to add to the salad. Center. The park is located in the center of the city. Chalky. The soil in the region was dry and chalky, making it difficult to grow crops. Change. She decided to make a change in her life by moving to a new city. Chapel. They got married in a small chapel by the sea. Charge. He was put in charge of organizing the company's annual meeting. Cheese. She sprinkled grated cheese over the pasta before serving it. Chilly. It was a chilly evening, so they wore jackets to keep warm. Chisel. He used a chisel to carve the details into the wood. Choice. The choice between the two job offers was difficult, but she made her decision. Choked. He choked on a piece of food but quickly recovered. Chores. She completed her chores before going out to play. Chrome. The car's chrome finish gleamed in the sunlight. Cinder. The fire left nothing but cinder and ash in its wake. Cipher. They used a cipher to send secret messages during the war. Circle. The children sat in a circle during story time at school. Circular. The table had a circular design, making it perfect for group discussions. Circus. The circus came to town, bringing excitement and entertainment for all ages. Clamor. The crowd's clamor for justice could be heard from miles away. Cleric. The cleric delivered a powerful sermon to the congregation. Clever. She came up with a clever solution to the problem. Client. The lawyer met with her client to discuss the case. Clingy. The toddler was clingy, refusing to let go of his mother's hand. Clinic. She visited the clinic for a routine checkup. Closed. The store was closed for the holiday. Closer. As we approached the mountain, the view became even closer. Cloudy. It was a cloudy day, so we decided to stay indoors. Clumsy. His clumsy attempt to fix the lamp only made things worse. Coarse. The coarse sand stuck to their feet as they walked along the beach. Coffee. He brewed a fresh pot of coffee to start his morning. Coiled. The snake coiled itself around the branch, ready to strike. Collar. The dog's collar jingled as it ran through the park. Collie. The collie herded the sheep with remarkable skill. Column. She wrote a weekly advice column for the local newspaper. Combat. The soldiers were well trained for any kind of combat situation. Coming. He's looking forward to the coming holiday season. Common. It's common to see tourists taking photos in this area. Concur. I concur with your assessment of the situation. Cooing. The baby's soft cooing sounds brought smiles to everyone's faces. Coolly. She coolly responded to the criticism without losing her composure. Corner. They turned the corner and saw the park ahead. Cornet. He played a beautiful solo on the cornet during the concert. Cosmet. She's studying cosmetology to become a professional makeup artist. Cosmic. The movie explored cosmic themes of space and time. Cotton. She wore a soft cotton dress on the warm summer day. County. The county fair attracted people from all over the region. Couple. The couple celebrated their anniversary with a romantic dinner. Coupon. She used a coupon to get a discount on her groceries. Course. He signed up for a new online course in photography. Cousin. My cousin is visiting us this weekend from out of town. Coyote. We heard a coyote howling in the distance during our camping trip. Cradle. The baby slept peacefully in her cradle. Crafty. The crafty fox outsmarted the hunters and escaped. Cranky. He was cranky after missing his morning coffee. Crater. The meteor left a huge crater in the ground. Creaky. The old, creaky floorboards groaned under our weight. Create. She loves to create new recipes in her spare time. Criers. The town criers announced the arrival of the king. Crisis. The financial crisis affected markets worldwide. Crocus. The crocus flowers bloomed early this year. Crumbs. He brushed the crumbs off the table after breakfast. Crusts. She cut the crusts off her sandwich before eating it. Cuddly. The stuffed bear was soft and cuddly, perfect for a child. Curate. He helped curate the museum's latest art exhibition. Curdle. The milk began to curdle after being left out in the sun. Cursed. The old house was rumored to be cursed by an ancient spell. Curved. The road curved around the mountain, offering stunning views. Curves. The sleek car had elegant curves that gave it a modern look. Custom. The tailor offered custom suits for his most distinguished clients. Dabble. She likes to dabble in painting when she has free time. Damage. The storm caused significant damage to the coastline. Damper. The bad weather put a damper on our picnic plans. Danger. The danger of the cliff was clearly marked with warning signs. Dangle. The earrings dangle from her ears, catching the light as she moves. Dapper. He looked dapper in his tailored suit and polished shoes. Daring. The daring rescue was carried out in the dead of night. Darned. She darned the hole in her sweater to make it look new again. Daybed. She lay on the daybed, enjoying the sunny afternoon. Dealer. The car dealer offered him a great price on a new vehicle. Dearth. There was a dearth of fresh water during the drought. Debate. The two candidates engaged in a heated debate about healthcare. Decade. It took nearly a decade for the project to be completed. Decide. He had to decide whether to accept the job offer or stay at his current position. Decree. The king issued a royal decree to end the war. Deduct. The company will deduct the expenses from your final payment. Defeat. The team suffered a crushing defeat in the championship game. Defend. The lawyer worked hard to defend her client in court. Define. It's important to define the terms before starting the project. Deform. The intense pressure caused the metal to deform. Deftly. She deftly maneuvered through the crowded room to reach the exit. Degree. He earned his degree in engineering from a prestigious university. Delved. She delved into the history of the region for her research paper. Demand. The teacher's demand for homework quality was high. Denial. His denial of the allegations made the situation worse. Denied. He denied any involvement in the crime. Dental. She went to the dental clinic for her annual checkup. Depart. The train will depart from the station at noon. Depend. You can depend on her to get the job done right. Deploy. The military plans to deploy troops to the region next week. Depose. The dictator was deposed after a long and bloody uprising. Desert. They crossed the vast desert under the scorching sun. Design. She is working on the design for a new app. Desire. His desire to succeed motivated him to work hard every day. Detail. The witness provided a detailed account of the incident. Detect. The security system can detect any unusual activity. Device. He invented a device that can track your sleep patterns. Devote. She decided to devote her life to helping others in need. Dialogue. The movie's dialogue was witty and engaging. Digest. It takes time to digest all the information in the report. Digits. He punched the digits into the calculator to solve the problem. Diligent. The diligent student studied every night to prepare for the exam. Dinner. They had a lovely dinner at a fancy restaurant. Dipole. The molecule had a distinct dipole, causing it to react differently in solutions. Dipper. The Big Dipper constellation is easy to spot in the night sky. Dismal. The weather was dismal, with rain and grey skies all day. Divert. They had to divert traffic due to the road construction. Divide. The river divides the city into two sections. Divots. The golf course was full of divots from players' swings. Doctor. The doctor advised plenty of rest and hydration after the surgery. Domain. His expertise lies in the domain of artificial intelligence. Domini. The church choir sang Kyrie Domini beautifully. Donuts. I treated myself to a box of freshly made donuts this morning. Doomed. Without a backup plan, the project seemed doomed to fail. Dotted. The map was dotted with small villages along the river. Double. She ordered a double espresso to stay awake during the meeting. Doubts. Despite her doubts, she took the leap and started her own business. Doused. The firefighter quickly doused the flames before they spread. Downer. His constant negativity was a real downer for the rest of the team. Drafts. She had several drafts of her novel scattered across the table. Drafty. The old cabin was drafty, especially during the winter months. Dragon. In the story, the knight had to slay a fire-breathing dragon. Drawer. I found the missing keys in the kitchen drawer. Drifts. The snow drifts piled up high against the side of the house. Driver. The taxi driver knew a shortcut to avoid the heavy traffic. Droned. The professor droned on about ancient history for hours. Droves. Fans came in droves to see the famous band perform. Drowsy. After taking the medicine, she felt drowsy and went to bed. Duct. The air was ducted through the vents to heat the entire building. Dunged. The farmer dunged the fields to improve the soil's fertility. Durian. Despite its pungent smell, durian is considered a delicacy in some regions. Easier. It's easier to finish your work if you stay organized. Easily. She easily solved the puzzle in just a few minutes. Edible. These wild berries are edible, but the leaves are poisonous. Effort. His effort to improve the team's performance was commendable. Ejects. The pilot ejects from the plane just before it crashes. Elapse. 2 hours seemed to elapse in the blink of an eye. Elicit. The comedian's jokes were sure to elicit laughter from the crowd. Embers. The embers from the fire glowed softly in the dark. Embody. She was chosen to embody the spirit of courage in the school play. Emerge. After the storm passed, a rainbow began to emerge in the sky. Empire. The Roman Empire stretched across vast territories in Europe and beyond. Employ. They planned to employ a new strategy for marketing the product. Enable. The new software will enable faster communication between teams. Energy. After a long nap, I felt full of energy again. Enfold. The mother enfolded her baby in a soft blanket. Engage. The speaker managed to engage the audience with his captivating story. Enigma. The mysterious painting remained an enigma to the art historians. Enlist. He decided to enlist in the military after finishing high school. Enough. She had enough money saved to buy her dream car. Enrage. His rude behavior was enough to enrage even the calmest person. Enrich. Reading a variety of books can enrich your knowledge. Errant. The errant basketball bounced out of the court and into the stands. Escape. They managed to escape the burning building just in time. Estate. The family's estate included a large mansion and several acres of land. Ethnic. The festival celebrated the ethnic diversity of the community. Evolve. Over time, the small startup began to evolve into a major corporation. Exceed. His sales figures exceed expectations for the third quarter. Exodus. There was a mass exodus of people from the city during the war. Expand. They plan to expand the business by opening new locations. Expect. I expect to hear back from the job interview within a week. Expert. She is an expert in marine biology and conservation. Export. The company decided to export its products to several European countries. Extend. They offered to extend the deadline to accommodate the new changes. Fabric. The fabric of her dress was soft and luxurious. Facade. The building's facade was adorned with intricate carvings. Factor. Time management was a key factor in his success. Failed. Despite their efforts, the mission ultimately failed. Falter. She did not falter, even when faced with tough decisions. Famine. The region was struck by famine after years of drought. Famous. The actor became famous after starring in a blockbuster movie. Faster. He ran faster than anyone else in the race. Father. Her father taught her how to fish when she was young. Fatten. Farmers often fatten livestock before selling them at market. Feisty. Her feisty personality made her a strong leader. Feline. The feline curled up on the windowsill to bask in the sun. Fierce. The two rivals had a fierce competition for the title. Figure. He could make out the figure of someone standing in the doorway. Filing. She spent the afternoon filing paperwork at the office. Filler. The chef used cream cheese as a filler in the pastry. Finger. He accidentally cut his finger while chopping vegetables. Finish. She worked late into the night to finish her project. Flight. Their flight was delayed due to heavy rain. Flinch. He didn't flinch when the loud noise startled everyone else. Floury. The floury dough was ready to be shaped into loaves. Flower. The garden was in full bloom, with every flower at its peak. Fluffy. The cat's fluffy fur made it look even larger. Foment. The rebels sought to foment unrest among the population. Fonder. Absence had only made her fonder of her childhood home. Forest. They hiked through the dense forest for hours. Forget. Don't forget to bring your umbrella, it might rain later. Formal. The event called for formal attire, including suits and gowns. Former. He was a former employee of the company, now working elsewhere. Fossil. The paleontologists discovered a rare dinosaur fossil. Fought. They fought bravely in the battle to defend their homeland. Friend. She met her best friend during college. Fright. The sudden thunderstorm gave the little girl a fright. Frozen. The lake was frozen solid, perfect for ice skating. Fusion. Their music is a fusion of jazz and classical styles. Future. He was optimistic about the future of technology. Gadget. This new gadget can track your heart rate and sleep patterns. Galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy contains billions of stars. Gamble. He decided to gamble on starting his own business. Garden. The vegetable garden produced a bountiful harvest this year. Garish. The room was decorated in garish colors that clashed horribly. Garnet. She wore a beautiful garnet necklace to the party. Gather. They decided to gather around the campfire and share stories. Gender. The study examined differences in communication styles between gender groups. Genius. He was a musical genius, composing symphonies at a young age. Gentle. The gentle breeze made the autumn leaves dance in the air. Giggly. The children were giggly after hearing a funny joke. Ginger. She added a pinch of ginger to the soup for extra flavor. Glance. He took a quick glance at the clock before leaving the office. Glared. She glared at him when he interrupted her during the meeting. Glider. The glider soared effortlessly through the clear blue sky. Global. Climate change is a global issue that affects everyone. Gloomy. The weather was gloomy, with dark clouds hanging low in the sky. Nod. The puppy gnawed on the bone for hours, happily occupied. Golden. The sunset painted the sky in golden hues. Graced. The famous artist graced the gallery with his presence at the opening. Grandy. Grandy always had the best stories to tell during family gatherings. Grassy. The picnic was held in a grassy meadow by the lake. Gravel. The tires crunched over the gravel road as they approached the cabin. Grieve. She needed time to grieve after the loss of her beloved pet. Growth. The company's rapid growth in the past year was impressive. Grumpy. He was grumpy in the morning until he had his coffee. Guitar. He played a beautiful melody on his acoustic guitar. Gutter. The rainwater overflowed from the clogged gutter. Guzzle. He would often guzzle energy drinks to stay awake during late-night study sessions. Hacked. The website was hacked, causing a major security breach. Hacker. The hacker was able to bypass the system's defenses with ease. Hammer. He used a hammer to nail the picture frame to the wall. Handle. The situation was difficult, but she knew how to handle it with grace. Happen. What will happen if the deadline is missed? Harass. She filed a complaint because her coworker continued to harass her. Harbor. The ships docked safely in the calm waters of the harbor. Hardly. She could hardly believe the news when she heard it. Hassle. Returning the product was a hassle because of the long lines at customer service. Hasten. They needed to hasten their pace to catch the last train. Haunts. The abandoned house haunts the neighborhood with its eerie presence. Hazard. The slippery floor was a hazard that needed to be addressed immediately. Health. Maintaining good health requires a balanced diet and regular exercise. Hearty. They enjoyed a hearty meal after their long hike. Heaven. The peaceful garden felt like a little piece of heaven on earth. Helios. In Greek mythology, Helios was the god of the sun. Heroic. His heroic actions during the rescue earned him a Medal of Bravery. Hiccup. The presentation went smoothly except for one small hiccup. Hidden. The hidden treasure was buried deep in the forest. Hinder. His constant interruptions began to hinder the progress of the meeting. Holder. She placed the candle in the silver holder on the mantle. Hollow. The tree was hollow inside, providing shelter for small animals. Honest. He appreciated her honest feedback, even though it was hard to hear. Honing. He spent years honing his skills as a professional chef. Honor. It was an honor to be invited to speak at the graduation ceremony. Hopped. The rabbit hopped across the field, looking for food. Hugged. They hugged tightly after not seeing each other for years. Humble. Despite his great success, he remained humble and down to earth. Hunger. The hunger pangs kept him awake late into the night. Hunted. The lion hunted its prey with precision and stealth. Hurdle. She overcame every hurdle that came her way during the competition. Hushed. The library was hushed, with only the sound of pages turning. Hybrid. She drives a hybrid car to reduce her carbon footprint. Icebox. The old-fashioned icebox kept their food cold during the summer. Iconic. The Eiffel Tower is an iconic symbol of Paris. Ignore. It's best to ignore the negative comments and focus on the positive. Impact. The new policy had a significant impact on the company's operations. Import. The country relies on the import of goods to meet its population's needs. Impose. The government decided to impose new regulations on the industry. Income. His primary source of income comes from freelance work. Induct. They plan to induct the new member into the Hall of Fame. Inhale. She took a deep breath to inhale the fresh mountain air. Inlaid. The jewelry box was inlaid with precious stones. Insect. The garden was buzzing with the sound of insects pollinating the flowers. Insert. Please insert your card into the machine to complete the transaction. Inside. They spent the afternoon inside the cozy cabin, away from the storm. Insult. He didn't mean to insult her, but his words were harsh. Insure. It's important to insure your car to protect against accidents. Intact. Despite the crash, the package arrived intact. Intend. She did not intend to hurt anyone with her words. Intent. His intent was clear. He wanted to finish the project by the deadline. Invite. She decided to invite her friends over for dinner on the weekend. Island. They vacationed on a beautiful tropical island last summer. Issues. The project faced several technical issues that delayed its completion. Jacket. He put on his jacket before heading out into the chilly evening. Jailed. The man was jailed for his involvement in the robbery. Jargon. The legal jargon in the contract was difficult to understand. Jester. The king's jester entertained the court with jokes and tricks. Jigsaw. They worked together to complete the challenging jigsaw puzzle. Jingle. The familiar jingle of the ice cream truck brought back childhood memories. Jinxed. He felt jinxed after losing 3 games in a row. Jockey. The jockey guided the horse to victory in the race. Joking. He was just joking, but his words still hurt her feelings. Juggle. She had to juggle work, family, and her studies all at once. Jumble. His notes were in a jumble, making it hard to study for the exam. Jungle. The explorers made their way through the dense jungle. Kernel. The kernel of truth in his story made it all the more believable. Kettle. She put the kettle on the stove to boil water for tea. Keypad. He typed the code into the keypad to unlock the door. Kicked. He kicked the ball across the field during the soccer match. Kicker. The kicker made a perfect field goal to win the game. Kidnap. The detective was assigned to investigate the kidnap case. Kidney. The doctor said his kidney function was improving after the treatment. Killed. The storm killed several crops, leaving farmers devastated. Killer. The killer was finally caught after months of investigation. Kindle. They used dry wood to kindle a fire in the campsite. Kindly. She kindly offered her help when I was struggling. Kisses. The mother showered her newborn baby with kisses. Kitten. The playful kitten chased after the ball of yarn. Knight. The knight vowed to protect the kingdom from any threat. Knocks. He knocks on the door, hoping someone is home. Ladder. She climbed the ladder to reach the top shelf in the garage. Lagoon. The clear blue water of the lagoon sparkled under the sun. Lapped. The cat lapped up the milk from its bowl. Larder. The larder was stocked with jars of preserves and canned goods. Larger. His new apartment is much larger than his previous one. Launch. They plan to launch the new product next month. Lawyer. She consulted with a lawyer about her legal rights. Leader. The leader of the group inspired everyone with her vision. League. His team won the championship in the local soccer league. Leaked. The pipe leaked water all over the kitchen floor. Ledges. The mountain path was narrow, with steep ledges on either side. Lender. The lender approved the loan after reviewing his credit history. Lesson. Today's lesson covered the basics of algebra. Letter. She received a heartfelt letter from her best friend overseas. Linger. They decided to linger a little longer at the cafe before heading home. Liquor. The store had a wide selection of fine wine and liquor. Listen. She paused to listen to the sound of the birds singing outside. Little. The little puppy wagged its tail excitedly. Lively. The lively music kept everyone dancing all night. Lizard. A small lizard scurried across the garden path. Loader. The loader moved heavy crates onto the truck for delivery. Locked. She accidentally locked herself out of the house. Lofted. He lofted the ball high into the air, hoping for a goal. Longer. The meeting went on much longer than expected. Looped. She looped the ribbon around the gift box to make a bow. Lovely. It was a lovely day for a walk in the park. Lushly. The garden was lushly filled with blooming flowers and greenery. Luxury. They stayed in a luxury hotel overlooking the ocean. Magnet. The magnet on the fridge held up all their family photos. Manage. She had to manage a team of 10 people in the new project. Manner. His polite manner made a good impression on everyone. Mapped. They mapped out their route before starting the road trip. Market. The market was bustling with vendors selling fresh produce. Marvel. The architecture of the ancient temple was a marvel to behold. Master. He is a master of his craft, with years of experience. Matrix. The matrix of numbers was used to solve complex equations. Mellow. The mellow lighting created a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Member. She is a long-standing member of the local book club. Mental. Taking time for mental health is just as important as physical health. Merely. He was merely joking, but his words were taken seriously. Merged. The two companies merged to form a larger corporation. Method. They tested a new method for improving productivity. Middle. He sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by his friends. Mingle. The guests began to mingle and introduce themselves at the party. Minute. I'll be ready in just a minute, I need to grab my keys. Modern. The apartment was decorated in a sleek, modern style. Moment. It was a moment of pure joy when they reunited after years apart. Morale. The team's morale was boosted after their recent win. Mother. Her mother always made the best homemade cookies. Motion. The rocking motion of the boat lulled him to sleep. Murder. The detective was called in to investigate the mysterious murder. Muscle. He flexed his arm to show off his muscle strength. Museum. They spent the afternoon exploring the art museum downtown. Mutant. In the sci-fi novel, a mutant creature terrorized the city. Mutual. They had a mutual respect for each other's work. Muzzle. The dog wore a muzzle while on the plane for safety reasons. Napped. She napped in the afternoon to recharge after a long morning. Narrow. The narrow alleyway led them to a hidden cafe. Nation. The nation came together to celebrate its independence. Native. She is a native of Australia, born and raised in Sydney. Nature. Spending time in nature helped him feel more relaxed and at peace. Nausea. The nausea from the flu made it hard for her to eat. Navigate. They had to navigate the winding roads to reach their destination. Needle. The needle of the sewing machine moved swiftly through the fabric. Negate. His actions seemed to negate all the progress they had made. Nibble. The rabbit nibbled on a carrot, looking content. Normal. It's normal to feel nervous before a big presentation. Notary. She needed to have the documents signed by a notary for legal purposes. Notion. He dismissed the notion that success comes without hard work. Number. She dialed the wrong number by mistake. Nuzzle. The cat nuzzled up against her leg, purring softly. Object. The object of the game is to score the most points. Occurs. The event occurs every year on the same date. Office. He arrived early to get some quiet time in the office before the meeting. Onions. The recipe called for diced onions to add flavor to the soup. Online. She bought the concert tickets online for convenience. Optics. The optics of the situation made it appear worse than it was. Option. He chose the second option, which seemed more practical. Origin. The origin of the myth was traced back to ancient Greece. Outage. The power outage lasted for hours, leaving the entire neighborhood in darkness. Outcry. There was a public outcry when the new law was passed. Outfit. She picked out a stylish outfit for the party. Outing. They planned a family outing to the amusement park this weekend. Outlaw. The sheriff was determined to capture the infamous outlaw. Outlay. The initial outlay for the new business was higher than expected. Output. The factory increased its output to meet the growing demand. Outrun. She managed to outrun her competitors in the race. Outset. From the outset, the project was destined to succeed. Packed. The stadium was packed with excited fans for the final game. Packet. She opened the packet of seeds and began planting them in the garden. Palace. The royal family lived in a grand palace surrounded by lush gardens. Parent. Every parent wants the best for their children. Patent. He filed a patent for his innovative new invention. People. The people gathered in the town square to celebrate the holiday. Person. She was a kind and generous person, always willing to help others. Pillow. She fluffed up her pillow before going to sleep. Planet. Earth is the third planet from the Sun in our solar system. Player. He was the best player on the basketball team. Police. The police arrived quickly at the scene of the accident. Portal. The glowing portal opened, revealing a new dimension. Poster. She hung the movie poster on her bedroom wall. Potent. The medicine was potent and quickly relieved his symptoms. Potter. The potter skillfully shaped the clay into a beautiful vase. Pretty. The garden was filled with pretty flowers in full bloom. Prison. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison for his crime. Profit. The company made a huge profit from its latest product. Proper. He always uses proper grammar when writing formal emails. Proven. The experiment was proven successful after multiple trials. Puzzle. She worked on solving the puzzle all afternoon. Quaint. They stayed in a quaint cottage by the lake during their vacation. Quench. A cold glass of water helped quench her thirst after the hike. Quiver. He could feel a quiver of excitement before the performance. Quoted. The professor quoted Shakespeare in his lecture on drama. Rabbit. The rabbit hopped across the meadow, nibbling on grass. Racing. The cars were racing at incredible speeds around the track. Ransom. The kidnappers demanded a large ransom for the release of their captive. Rattle. The old windows rattled in the wind during the storm. Reader. As an avid reader, she finishes several books each month. Reform. The government promised to reform the healthcare system. Regret. He felt deep regret for the harsh words he had spoken. Rescue. The firefighters were able to rescue the family from the burning building. Result. The result of the test will determine if she passes the class. Reward. She received a reward for returning the lost wallet. Rhythm. The drummer maintained a steady rhythm throughout the song. Ribbon. She tied a red ribbon around the gift box. Riddle. He couldn't solve the riddle, no matter how hard he tried. Rights. Everyone has the right to freedom of speech. Rocket. The rocket launched into space with a powerful blast. Sample. She took a sample of the cake before deciding on her favorite flavor. Saving. He is saving money to buy a new car. Scared. She was scared of the dark and always slept with a light on. Season. Fall is her favorite season because of the cool weather and colorful leaves. Secure. He made sure to secure the door before leaving for work. Senior. As a senior in high school, she was excited to graduate soon. Sensor. The motion sensor detected movement and turned on the lights. Shadow. The tree cast a long shadow across the lawn in the afternoon sun. Shaped. The cake was shaped like a heart for Valentine's Day. Silent. The library was silent, with only the sound of pages turning. Simple. The instructions were simple and easy to follow. Sister. She and her sister spent the day shopping together. Smooth. The surface of the table was smooth to the touch. Social. She is very social and loves meeting new people at events. Speech. He gave an inspiring speech at the graduation ceremony. Spirit. The team's spirit was high after their recent victory. Stable. The horse was kept in a stable at the farm. Strong. She has strong opinions about environmental issues. Supply. The store ran out of supply after a sudden increase in demand. Talent. His musical talent was evident from a young age. Target. The archer aimed carefully and hit the target. Tattoo. He got a tattoo of a dragon on his arm. Temple. The ancient temple was a site of worship for centuries. Tennis. They played tennis at the local court every weekend. Theory. Her theory about the experiment proved to be correct. Threat. The storm posed a serious threat to the coastal communities. Throne. The king sat on his golden throne during the coronation. Ticket. She bought a ticket for the concert months in advance. Tinker. He liked to tinker with old machines in his spare time. Travel. They planned to travel to Europe next summer. Trendy. She always wore the latest trendy clothes. Trophy. The team proudly displayed their championship trophy. Turtle. The turtle slowly made its way across the sandy beach. Unfair. It was unfair that only some students received extra help. Unique. Her art style was unique and unlike anything else in the gallery. United. The countries were united in their efforts to combat climate change. Unpack. After arriving at the hotel, she began to unpack her suitcase. Unseen. The unseen forces of nature shaped the landscape over centuries. Untold. The book revealed untold stories of heroism during the war. Unveil. The artist will unveil her latest painting at the gallery tonight. Update. The software update improved the app's performance. Upkeep. Regular upkeep of the garden kept it looking beautiful year-round. Uplift. His kind words helped uplift her spirits on a difficult day. Uproar. There was an uproar in the crowd after the referee's controversial call. Uptown. They went to an uptown restaurant for a fancy dinner. Upturn. The company saw an upturn in sales after launching the new product. Urgent. The doctor said it was urgent that she be treated immediately. Useful. The manual provided useful tips for assembling the furniture. Utters. He utters a soft prayer before the big game begins. Vacant. The house has been vacant for months, waiting for a buyer. Vaguer. His explanation became vaguer as he tried to avoid the question. Valley. They hiked through the valley surrounded by towering mountains. Vanish. The magician made the rabbit vanish into thin air. Vaults. The treasure was hidden deep within the vaults of the castle. Vector. The engineer calculated the vector of the rocket's trajectory. Veiled. Her words were veiled in mystery, leaving everyone curious. Velvet. The luxurious velvet curtains added a touch of elegance to the room. Vendor. The street vendors sold fresh fruit and vegetables at the market. Verbal. They had a verbal agreement, but nothing was written down. Verify. Please verify your account by clicking on the link in the email. Vested. He had a vested interest in the success of the company. Victor. The victor of the battle was crowned king of the land. Vision. Her vision for the future of the company was bold and innovative. Visual. The movie's stunning visual effects captivated the audience. Volume. He turned up the volume on the radio to hear the music better. Vortex. The ship was caught in a vortex, swirling in the ocean's powerful current. Voyage. They embarked on a long voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. Waiter. The waiter brought their food promptly and with a smile. Wander. She loved to wander through the city streets, discovering new places. Wasted. He felt he had wasted too much time on unimportant tasks. Wealth. His wealth allowed him to live a life of luxury and comfort. Whiten. The dentist worked to whiten her teeth for a brighter smile. Holy. He was wholly committed to his new fitness routine. Wildly. The crowd cheered wildly when the band took the stage. Window. She gazed out the window at the falling snow. Winner. The winner of the race received a gold medal. Winter. Winter is her favorite season because of the snow and holidays. Wizard. The wizard cast a powerful spell to protect the kingdom. Wobbly. The table was wobbly, and he had to fix one of its legs. Wonder. She gazed in wonder at the breathtaking view from the mountaintop. Worthy. He was deemed worthy of the highest honor for his bravery. Writer. The writer worked late into the night, finishing her novel. Xenial. The host was Xenial, making sure all guests felt welcome. Xerxes. Xerxes led the Persian Empire during its height. Zoanon. The ancient Greeks worshipped the Zoanon, a wooden image of a god. Xylite. Xylite is a chemical compound found in some types of wood. Xyloid. The xyloid texture of the tree bark felt rough under his fingers. Yachts. The harbor was filled with luxurious yachts owned by the wealthy. Yawned. He yawned loudly, struggling to stay awake during the lecture. Yawner. The boring speech was a real yawner, and many in the audience were nodding off. Yellow. The bright yellow sunflowers swayed in the breeze. Yelped. The dog yelped in surprise when it saw a squirrel. Yields. The farm yields enough crops to feed the entire village. Yodels. The singer yodels beautifully, captivating the audience with her voice. Yonder. They could see the mountains yonder, far in the distance. Yuppie. The downtown cafe was filled with young yuppies discussing their latest business ventures. Zapper. He used the bug zapper to get rid of the mosquitoes on the porch. Zenith. She reached the zenith of her career after years of hard work. Zephyr. A gentle zephyr blew through the open window, cooling the room. Zigzag. The runner took a zigzag path to avoid obstacles in the race. Zipper. The zipper on her jacket got stuck, and she struggled to fix it. Zodiac. He checked his zodiac sign to see what the stars had in store for him. Zombie. The movie featured a horde of terrifying zombies attacking the city. Zoning. The city council debated new zoning laws for the downtown area.